Hello, everyone. We're back. Everything is fixed, and we're back on schedule. Before I forget, if you didn't know why we didn't have Nocturne yesterday, it's because I had some malfunction with my fire alarm. Finally got it fixed, so now we're good. The Nocturne stream has been rescheduled for tomorrow at the same time as always, so you can tune in then. I don't want to fall behind on Nocturne. It's a very fun game, and I have a feeling it's probably going to take us a while to get through, you know? Let's see, are we getting a good foot? We're getting it? Yeah, okay, we're live, this is fine. Okay, good. So yeah, Nocturne will be tomorrow instead of yesterday. That's just how it goes. And now we will be starting Ace Attorney. I'm very excited. I still don't really have a good grasp on anything of the crime since we've only really done a single investigation. However, right now the only thing I really know is that well, here, we'll go through the court record while I prepare my tea, and we can figure it out then, you know? So let's continue. Bridge to the Turnabout, Part 2-1, Trial. Alright, let's go for it. February 9th, 9:47 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 1. Oh, Iris. Hi. Forgot I'm defending you. God damn it. We're playing as Edgeworth, which is fun. Alright, so yeah, let's just look over the court record and try to see what try to know what we know. Let's go through the profiles first. Obviously, Phoenix, Gumshoe, Maya. Right, so Maya is trapped at the temple. Now, Larry reported that that lightning is what burned down the bridge, so I suppose we have no reason to believe that anyone was purposely trapped at the temple, right? Like, I thought someone might burn down the bridge on purpose to try to, like, separate two different crime scenes or something like that. But as of right now, it doesn't seem like that's the case. So yeah, according to Gumshoe, Maya should be rescued sometime today or tomorrow. So I guess we'll see what she can contribute to the story then. Because we're still kind of unsure whether or not Iris ever went to the Inner Temple, so it'd be nice to have Maya's testimony to back whether or not that happened. Pearl is missing. She was meant to meet with Elise right before the murder, but she never did. Elise wasn't able to find her, so it'll be interesting to see where Pearl has gone. I'm quite concerned, but I guess, we'll see how that pans out. She may have been kidnapped or something, I don't know. Then Gatto, prosecutor for this case, apparently had some sort of grudge against her. What? Yeah, but didn't Gumshoe say that they weren't able to get Gatto on hold, and that Gumshoe had called in to get a prosecutor that he knew as the prosecutor, so that, it wouldn't come out that he's a prosecutor instead of a defense attorney? And also, on that note, he also got the other judge, the one with the one that's blonde, and I'm not too happy about that, because, I thought he was gonna be like a one-off time dude, and so I gave him like a funny Scottish accent, even though it was later revealed that he was Canadian. This teabag is burning. Who would have thought? So yeah, I'm gonna be having to do a dumbass Scottish accent for the final trial of the series, which is probably gonna be quite long if I had to guess. Going off of other final trials. Especially since we're having like two-parter investigations and shit, So yeah, I guess we'll see what prosecutor gets brought in to replace Gatto, or if Gatto will actually show. My guess would be Von Karma, as that seems like the only prosecutor that Edgeworth would have a personal relationship with. They're step-siblings. Bikini supposedly witnessed Iris stabbing Elise. However, it's pretty obvious that the murder didn't actually happen in the courtyard, and that scene that she witnessed was actually after the murder. Perhaps it was Iris pulling the sword out rather than putting it in. That's a possibility. But regardless of what actually went down in that scene, she did not see the murder because the murder actually took place likely in Elise's room, whereas the courtyard was just where the body was then discovered. Elise was right, Elise is the victim, supposedly a picture book author, but I'm pretty sure this is Maya and Mia's mother, Misty, also Pearl's aunt. It makes sense. She definitely looks like them. And you know, she would be quite old. Not quite old, but she would be like at this sort of age, based on how old Mia would be and stuff like that. So yeah, I'd say this is probably Misty, and I'm guessing that might come up during the trial. Then Iris is the defendant who we're trying to defend. However, based on her physical appearance, her seemingly past relationship with Wright, and her age, it's very obvious that this woman is, in actuality, the one and only, Dahlia Hawthorne, the biggest bitch in the Ace Attorney franchise, and, who is on the thumbnail today. So, I guess, I mean, it's pretty obvious that it is her, unless, I mean, there is the possibility that there are multiple people that look like her, but I think that might be a bit too far-fetched, even for me. So, I'm just gonna go off of the assumption for right now that she is Dahlia, but I am willing to change my mind regarding that fact. But based on her reaction to meeting Wright and her talk with him and with Edgeworth regarding Wright, I feel like it definitely is her. However, that would imply that maybe she's redeemed herself and like feels bad for what she's done. Although to be honest, I don't really buy any of that because she phrased it as hurting Wright when in reality, she murdered her own sister. I'd imagine that might be a bit higher up on the totem pole of things she did wrong, you know? And then we have Larry. Or, I'm sorry, Laurice, who witnessed the lightning strike on the bridge. And that's pretty, oh yes, and he also sent a love letter to Iris, which she interpreted as a, blackmail letter. So, good going, Larry. According to that, Elise never left her room. Yet, Bikini actually said she met Iris at the inner temple that night, which contradicts. So their two accounts of the night are completely contradictory. So I guess the issue will be figuring out how the two of them end up working out, you know? All right, let's see. Is this tea ready? One more Splenda packet. One more Splenda packet. Alright, moving on to the actual evidence of the matter. Attorney's badge, Magatama, the staff, yes, okay. So there are no fingerprints on the staff other than those of Elise. However, someone did remove the amethyst crystal, or orb, that Elise had on her staff. Someone removed it, or stole it. That could have been Pearl. I'm not ruling out the fact that Pearl maybe took it, but I don't know. It seems much more likely that it was the killer for some reason, who took it out for some kind of benefit that is not yet apparent to us. However, the staff didn't have any, fingerprints other than the victims, meaning that if the killer did remove the amethyst, they likely were wearing gloves at the time. Then the Shito, supposedly the murder weapon, although all we know is that she bled out, so we're not exactly sure. So it's entirely possible that she was actually stabbed with a different weapon, then thrown out of a window, and then stabbed with the Shito. Again, to make it seem like the murder weapon, you know? Because that seems like a really painful way to go. And it's also covered on the fingerprints of Iris. However, this is from that scene that Bikini is going to be testifying about, which we know for a fact was not the moment of the murder. So that's worthless. Those fingerprints, those fingerprints are basically useless. Then the Hanging Scroll of Misty Fae. Not sure where this is going to come into play. Maybe to show that Elise was Misty? Iris's hood supposedly protects from evil spirits, but she gave it to Wright on the night of the crime. So I guess it will be interesting to see if the Iris that Bikini saw was wearing the hood or not, because she should not have been wearing the hood at the time. Then obviously the letter written by Laurice, but she never showed to that, so that's not really helpful to us. Obviously the map showing that, you know, it should take about roughly 20 minutes to get from the temple, from the main temple, to the bridge, and then the bridge and the inner temple are right next to each other. Same with Heavenly Hall. So it's roughly a 20-minute walk between all of those locations. The weather data, right, snowing and then lightning, and because the snowmobile had clearly been used. There was less snow on it before, meaning that it was likely used sometime after it stopped snowing. We also know that the lightning struck Dusky Bridge, and then 30 minutes after, the bridge was gone. And Wright also fell through the bridge. Cult Magazine, I doubt this is going to be of any use to us. Right? Yeah, seems like it. Then, although, wait. Oh, that is interesting. So, Bikini and, Iris, in the article, are wearing this sort of orb, like, thing with a big purple orb, which might be an amethyst crystal. It does look quite... However, right now, she is actually wearing a Magatama instead. Interesting. Oh, it's so good. Although it maybe went a bit hard on the sugar, but it's fine. Still tasty. So I wonder if that would ever come up, whether... Oh wait, no, the orb comes from the hood. Okay, got it. So the orb is part of the hood. That's why she doesn't have it on, because she doesn't have the hood on. It's also interesting. I wonder if the orb on the hood is the same kind of orb as the amethyst that is on Elisa's staff. Though I'm not sure how that connects to anything, but yeah, that seems... Oh yeah, she is wearing the Magatama under the orb, so that's fine. Nothing wrong with this image. Then the photo of Elise... Right, and this also shows the purple orb, which looks quite a lot like those orbs. Interestingly enough, though, the Elise we know has sort of dark gray hair, whereas this Elise, and also dark gray eyes, that's also important. Whereas this Elise not only has, brown hair, but brown eyes, right? I mean, take a look at this, store that image in your mind, and then look at that. Like, the hair is fine. It's entirely possible for someone to dye their hair. But unless she's wearing contact lenses to change her eye color, that seems a bit sus to me. Or maybe this is just a mistake by the coloring team. Who knows? The graphics team. Then the testimony, she rang the bell at 10 p.m. Right, that definitely places her at the temple at 10 p.m. And then she claims she was in her room the rest of the time. However, that contradicts Bikini's testimony. And then in the autopsy report states that she was killed sometime after lights out, roughly an hour later. Loss of blood from a stab in the back. Body fell 10 feet after death. So she was likely stabbed in her room, thrown out the window, and then impaled with the sword to make it look like the sword was the murder weapon. Or something like that. Then, either while Iris was impaling her with the sword or taking the sword out. Either one of the two, Bikini stumbles onto the murder scene, sees everything. There's also my theory regarding the snowmobile allowing Iris to ring the bell, then head to the inner temple, meet up with Bikini, then as Bikini leaves, to leave after Bikini and make it back to the main. Here, I'll show you on the map, so this is a bit easier. She rang the bell here while Bikini was here. Then she takes the snowmobile here, walks over, meets Bikini. Bikini leaves, makes her way to Hazakura Temple. Meanwhile, she leaves after Bikini, uses the snowmobile, gets to Hazakura Temple before Bikini. That is a possibility that would explain the lack of snow on the snowmobile. So we'll see how that pans out. But yeah, that's pretty much all we have. We just have a few very isolated bits and pieces with no clue of how they fit into this grand scheme. So, let's put our ace prosecutor skills to work and, see what we can do. We're defending her, even though, my first instinct would be to assume that she was the killer, unless she truly has been reformed. I mean, I don't know who else would be out there murdering people, But alright, let's get going. Oh my, Mr. Larice feels that way about me? Apparently. He isn't aware of your real secret at all. This is no time to be embarrassed. I'm sorry. I'm just hardly accustomed to that sort of thing. Really? Really, are you now? Because the Iris I know manipulated all three of the boyfriends that she has had. You manipulated, Falls into kidnapping you, so you could extort your family for $2 million, then got him thrown in jail and gotten the death penalty so that you could escape any kind of consequences. And then, after that, in order to further make sure you could escape consequences, you made him kill himself. After that, you used your boyfriend from at university to get your hands on poison that you could use to murder Diego, or attempt to murder Diego. And then after that, used Phoenix as a boyfriend to try to get away with the murder. And then tried to murder Phoenix, but then actually murdered her previous boyfriend and pinned it on Phoenix. This woman is insane. Worry not, and in any case, whatever it was he saw on the night of the incident, mark my words, I will drag it out of him. Does that mean Mr. Larice is the witness today? No. I believe that none will be the first to take the stand. Alright, yeah. Sister Bikini. She claims to have seen the very instant in which you carried out the crime. I just want to ask you one last time. It really wasn't you who killed Miss Elise Doxnam, correct? That is correct. It wasn't me. Very well then. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes. You're a prosecutor, aren't you? The best of the best. Are you sure about this? Your true identity is revealed. Don't worry, I've made the necessary arrangements. I see. Yeah, that was what I was talking about. Obviously, the Scottish judge... Scottish, he's actually Canadian. Apparently, he just has Scottish parents or something. And the prosecutor, who... My guess would be Von Karma. Franziska, obviously, not Big Daddy. But I guess we'll see how that goes. Iris. It is a prosecutor's job to doubt people. But right now... I'm a defense attorney. He's role-playing. This dude is role-playing. He's LARPing as his dad right now, and it's so cute. Oh my god, Edgeworth, I love you. A defense attorney's job is to believe in people, and to believe until the bitter end. That's what my friend told me once. Mr. Edgeworth, I simply ask that you watch and decide for yourself whether or not I am fit to do the task I have been entrusted. Don't worry, Edgy boy. I'm sure you will be a fantastic defense attorney that will make your daddy proud. Very well, sir. I leave my defense in your capable hands. All right, let's see. Who do we have? February 9th, 10 a.m., District Court Courtroom number 7. Oh, the prosecution has not arrived yet.
Court is now in session for the trial of Sister Iris of the Hazakura Temple.
Oh God, what have I done to myself? Why do I have to do this voice for the entire case? Oh God. Anyone out there who is Scottish, I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. The defense is ready, Your Honor. You didn't say the defense has been ready for a while. Ah, come on, Edgeworth, that's like your signature line.
Bruh. The defense does indeed appear to be ready. However, the same cannot be said for the prosecution in this case.
Indeed.
I'm not sure I like this. I like such a blatant waste of this court's time. An empty prosecutor's chair can only mean that the prosecutor has no confidence in their ability to prove their case. It would seem this case is already over before it had a chance to begin. I am ready to announce my verdict at this time. This court finds the defendant.
What the fuck? He's like, well, the prosecutor was stuck in traffic. That must mean...
If the prosecution is stuck in traffic, that must mean they do not believe their case is strong enough to get a speeding ticket over. Therefore, I will announce a non-guilty verdict.
Like, what is this train of logic, dude? Like, he could be running late because the coffee machine was busted, so he had to run across the building to go to the other one, you know? I mean, this is Gato we're talking about. He can't have a trial without his coffee, although, wait, no, it isn't Gato, though. Huh. Alright, I'm waiting for an objection. Ah! There she is! The prosecution stands ready. Yep. Oh, I knew it. Ah, now this is a sight to see. Best boy and best girl in the same court. Damn.
And you are?
So sad. I don't have anyone to share in my indulgence of caffeinated drinks. See, this is what I love about Gato, you know? Even if he's a garbage defense attorney, you know, we can just sit back, I have some tea, he has some coffee, we chill out while we're doing these trials. Von Karma, though, she's aggressive, she's angry, she's whipping people, you know? So, yeah, I guess this tea is feeling kind of bitter right now. That's what Gato would say if he drank tea. But yeah, Von Karma! Oh, I'm very excited for this because she was an infinitely better prosecutor than Gato, so maybe this case will actually be difficult for once. Franziska Von Karma, prosecuting prodigy.
Von Karma, you say? Perchance, you wouldn't be of any relation to the legendary prosecutor, Manfred Von Karma.
Legends are a thing of the past. I'm a Von Karma, that is all. Doesn't care about upholding her father's legacy anymore, which is cool. Upon a special request, I flew in for the purposes of prosecuting this case.
You did? You must be quite a big shot, eh? By the way, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm almost certain that I've seen you somewhere before. Am I just imagining things? You look very much like a prosecutor I met once.
I believe you're imagining things, Your Honor.
Miss Von Karma, do you have anything to say?
There is no such weakling as this man among those of the prosecutor's office. I wonder if it says anything regarding her true feelings or if she's just, playing her role. Because either way, I think it's great. And she's technically correct. Edgeworth no longer works for the prosecutor's office today here in I think the game takes place in Los Angeles. Fuck it, Japanifornia. There you go. It's really what it is. So she's technically not lying here.
It isn't. But I'm sure once before in this... Ah!
I told you there is no such weakling.
What is that? A whip? I'm not sure I care for such a thing in my courtroom.
Oh, finally, we have a judge who's not into getting whipped. Cool. Will he actually take care of her shit?
Bailiff, remove that whip and hold it.
I have no objection to the whip.
You don't?
Oh my god. If only Phoenix had this judge instead of the other one. Like, he could just be like, yeah, I'm not so sure about the whip, Your Honor.
Alright, bailiff, get that whip the fuck out of here. And then
and then she loses literally 90% of her prosecuting ability comes from her whipping people. The prosecution can wield a whip or drink 17 cups of coffee. But there is still only one truth. That is what I stand here to prove today. Yeah, he's bringing that Edgeworth confidence to the defense. Something Phoenix truly lacks. It's also great seeing its flip sprite with the little defense attorney's badge on the lapels. Oh, it's so good. I'm loving this case already. This promises to be interesting, Miles Edgeworth. I had expected to face Phoenix Wright here today, but looking at you now, maybe this is what I've been waiting for all this time. What, for me to prove that I have always been a better attorney to you in a one-on-one contest? Bring it, Franziska. Miles Edgeworth, I will not allow this chance to crush you slip through my fingers. I see you brought your flair for the histrionic. Oh my god, these two are going to be, these two are going to be something else. With Edgeworth's unbridled confidence and then, Von Karma's, just anger issues, frankly. I was honestly really hoping for Gatto, because I just wanted to see Gatto get his ass whooped by Edgeworth, but I guess not. So yeah, I guess we'll see how this plays out.
Allow me to add to the things I'm not sure about. People acting bizarrely in my court.
I love this judge. I actually love him. Why are both of the judges just such characters,
Ah!
The stage is set. Now continue with the proceedings, Your Honor.
Very well. Miss Von Karma, please give an outline of the case with as little whipping as possible.
The murder victim is the famed picture book author, Miss Elise Doxnim. However, that is just a pen name. Her body was found in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. Right. When the body was found, the statue was actually holding the blade, interestingly enough. Okay. Wait, no, that's dumb. For a second, because I remember originally the statue holds the blade upright, so I was like, wait, did she get pushed off of her room and she landed on the sword? Like some fucking JoJo Part 1 Dio shit? But no, because, if she had just been impaled on the sword and just left there, then there would have been no impact on the ground, and if she just landed on the sword and immediately the fell out of the hand and smashed against the ground, then she likely wouldn't have bled out by then, meaning that the bruises wouldn't be post-mortem as they are in the autopsy report. So yeah, no, the sword was... So she didn't accidentally fall onto the sword, which is... Okay, that was a dumb idea of mine. She had been stabbed through the torso by a ceremonial sword from a golden statue. Man, that thing is brutal.
The sword in this picture is the weapon in question, correct? Very well. Who court accepts this photo of the crime scene?
Courtyard where Elise Doxton was murdered. Okay, let's take a look. There's a mistake. This was the doing of Sister Iris. Hey, calm down, Von Karma. Let's take a look. Anything suspicious here? Not particularly. Although, where is her staff? Or is her staff just a bit off to the side and it's just not in the picture? That's entirely possible, honestly. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't see anything overtly wrong with this picture. After all, there is a witness to her crime. A witness, which I will shoot down immediately.
Very well. Please bring this witness to the stand.
And so it begins. My first and last trial as a defense attorney. Hey, come on, Edgeworth. If you're good at it, why not stick for it? You know, I mean, you'd make your daddy proud. You could partner up with Phoenix. You know, Edgeworth and Wright law offices. I mean, it sounds pretty good. That's a nice ring to it, you know. Witness, state your name and occupation, please.
Hold on there. I'm not sure about being not sure if I care for this at all.
Oh god, it's like Inception. Oh, uncertaintyception here. Oh god. He's not sure if he cares about this. Oh my god. Oh god.
Witness, please stand up nice and straight.
If I recall correctly, I love how she's just like peeking her eyes over the fucking witness stand. It's kind of cute. There are a few milk crates in the defendant's lobby for a back pain plagued witness.
Bailiff, fetch a crate for this poor lady, please.
There you go. She's so short. Once again, your name and occupation, please. Little old me? Well, I'm the head nun at Hazakura Temple in Eagle Mountain. My name is Bikini. You got it? Bikini. Nice to meet everyone. Even the judge is like,
I'm not sure about this. But you don't appear to be wearing a bikini right now.
Oh, she is, Your Honor. You just can't see it, and I would recommend you do not ask her. The courtroom is the garden of holy judgment. Those with lechery in their hearts should leave this sanctuary at once.
You want me to leave? This is my court.
No need to get your bikinis in a twist, let me tell you. I'm a sight to behold in summer. In any case, witness, I hear that you saw the crime take place on the night in question. That's right. I can still hardly believe it myself, to be honest. There's no way dear little Iris could do anything like that. Then why are you lying about it?
Well, let us hear what you have to say then. First, tell us about your own movements that night, eh?
I love this, man. So yeah, I wonder how this is gonna play in with the Phoenix and Gato storylines. I mean, obviously I know Dahlia and Gato have a history, right? Because she tried to murder him with poison and he survived, and that's, you know, likely why he wears a mask now and maybe why his hair is white. He got Jokerified, you know? He got thrown into chemicals and he got thrown back into society, man. So yeah, I wonder when Diego is gonna show up, because we still need a resolution to his story, obviously. We need the connection between him and Dahlia, because that was mentioned in the first case, but I doubt most people still remember it. That needs to be clearly established. Phoenix needs to come back, so this is gonna be a really interesting conclusion to the trilogy. I'm very excited. I just hope we see Edgeworth versus Gatto. That's like a fight that I've been wanting ever since we started playing as Edgeworth. And I'm kind of disappointed it's not. Like, I get why Von Karma is here. From a sort of character and story perspective, it actually is a great, you know, character interaction. But I just wanted Edgeworth's expertise to absolutely whoop Gatto's butt, you know? The night of the murder. That night I was helping an acolyte with her training in the inner temple, but, well, as you can see, my back likes to act up violently. So I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to the Hazakura temple. There's no bath at the inner temple, you see, and I needed a long, hot soak in my bikini, no less. It was after I had finished, just as I was heading back. That's when I saw it.
So it was simply coincidence for you to find yourself returning to Hazakura Temple?
Yes, you could say that. If my back hadn't been in so much pain, I would have stayed at the inner temple. That sounds like a pretty important statement she just made. There's only one problem with this testimony that I can see so far. And you're not about to fall for the first hurdle now, are you, Miles Edgeworth? Oh, she's spicy.
Mr. Edgeworth, please begin your cross-examination.
Gladly, Your Honor. Alright. Hoping an acolyte with her training in the inner temple, but as you can see, my back likes to act up violently, so I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to Hazakura Temple. There's no bath at the inner temple. Hey, would you like to actually talk about the fucking crime itself? The crime took place in the courtyard, correct? When you go from my room to the main hall, you have to take a winding hallway, which you can see from the courtyard. That's right. In other words, it was pure coincidence that the witness saw the crime taking place before her very eyes. There's no complicated setup in this case.
That certainly seems to be true.
There's indeed only one problem with this testimony. If I can clearly point out what it is, then I can begin to quantify just how good this witness memory and observation skills really are. Okay. So she's not actually talking about the murder yet. Alright, well, let's talk about Iris then. You left Iris to help. With what? What do you think? The acolyte's training, of course. It was just past 10 p.m., so we were starting to enter into the training exercises proper.
Wasn't it your place to remain with the disciple?
Well, the job is simply to watch over the acolytes so that they don't pass away. Just to confirm this point again, that night, you met Iris in the inner temple, correct? So you were just gonna gloss over the fact that she just nonchalantly said, "Oh, our job is to just make sure they don't die a horrible death." Like, what? Hold up. Wait a minute. Yes, she's a gentle, honest girl. She's never once failed to follow my directions. All right, we're going for it, I guess, right from the start then. This is going to be Iris's testimony.
Objection!
Witnesses have to undergo their own trials, I'm afraid. The defendant's fate rests on their powers of observation and memory, after all. Well, don't worry. I'm more than up to task. I'm a woman of faith, after all, the head honcho of Hazakura Temple. In that case, Miss Honcho, I'd like you to explain something for me. The discrepancy between your testimony and that of the defendant, Iris. She claims that after ringing the lights out bell, she went back and stayed in her room. Which means she did not go to the inner temple at all. No, she said that? A defendant or a witness? Who is more likely to lie, do you suppose? But which lie is more telling? You know? Why would she lie about not having an alibi? Because, like, if she agrees with the witness, then she was at the inner temple during the time of the murder, and she could not have committed the murder. However, her own testimony places her at the scene of the crime. Why would she testify to that if it wasn't the truth, you know? Unless this is some, like, elaborate, like, double fucking, you know, mindfuck or some shit. The defendant is simply lying to cover her back. But that is completely illogical. The murder was committed in the courtyard of Hazakura Temple. Claiming that she went to the inner temple would make for a much better alibi. But that is odd. Whatever the reason, I can't believe she would lie.
She does indeed have honest eyes. Eyes that I've probably never seen before in my life.
All people lie. That is my belief. Even you? Actually, yeah, that is true. She does lie.
Why am I the only one being whipped here?
I cannot whip Miles. He is my stepbrother. That is disgusting. What is this? I will not allow this degeneracy to take place in a court of law. You filthy pervert! She starts whipping the judge even more.
No, anyways, let's stop the whipping for now. Neither the witness nor the defendant have any reason to lie. Which means we must call your memory into question.
Oh fuck, I forgot. I need to send the notification for this on the Discord. Oh god, I keep forgetting this recently. God damn it. Let me do that real quick now that I just remembered. Stream notif. Hear my horrible Scottish in Ace attorney. That's not how you spell attorney, but there you go. An Ace Attorney, there we go. Alright, the notification has been set. By the way, you can join the Discord down in the description if you want to get notified when we go live. If I fucking remember to send the notification, you know? Alright, let's continue.
We must call your memory into question.
Dear. You're older than me and yet you want to play that game, do you?
Well, that isn't exactly what I...
Alright, let's see. Do we have Von Karma? Yes, we do. Franziska Von Karma, age 19. My mentor, Manfred Von Karma's daughter, born and raised in Germany, prosecutor at 13. Based.
Oh, well, that isn't exactly what I...
My memory is perfect, crystal clear, especially in winter. Wait, I just realized, Von Karma is the same age as Maya. Interesting. They did not hold themselves, similarly at all. My memory is perfect, crystal clear, especially in winter. Oh, we already read that, damn it.
Then, I suppose it's too early to end this cross-examination, eh? Mr. Edgeworth, if you're going to question the memory of this witness, you'll need to show me a more decisive piece of evidence.
Understood, Your Honor. I was naive to think that alone would do the trick. Oh, now I understand the bullshit I must go through to prove people innocent. God damn, being a prosecutor really is easier.
Then, please add your comments about Abu Iris to the testimony, and let us return to the cross-examination.
That night I was helping an acolyte with her training in the... Okay, we already seen this. Okay. I had escaped to the inner temple. She was just exactly as she had been before dinner. Yeah, that's a lie.
Objection!
Witness, let's get one thing straight. The defendant whom you claim to have met, she was wearing this demon-warding hood, correct? Of course. That is a very important piece of clothing, I'll have you know. Wait a minute.
Objection!
Hold it right there. Where do you have that? That's the question of the day now, isn't it, Miss Von Karma? I'll have you know that this hood was given to someone as a gift that night, before the light-out bell was rung. What? You know where I'm going with this, don't you? If the witness had seen the defendant as she claims, then the iris she saw should have been missing this very hood. what could explain away this discrepancy? Because obviously there's a discrepancy. How does it get explained away? The witness is unreliable? Possibly, but I doubt it's something that simple. Assuming Iris did commit the murder, perhaps she used a second hood and the snowmobile trick, if there is a second hood, to try to make Bikini seem more unreliable than she actually is to discredit her testimony and thus get away scot-free. That's a possibility. The problem with that is that she would have needed to know in advance that Bikini would have been the only witness to her crime. If it was instead Phoenix or Laurice that saw the crime, then that strategy makes no sense. So the idea of Iris purposely doing this sort of roundabout thing to try to to try to get Bikini to what do you say? To try to make Bikini seem unreliable. I don't think that's I don't think that's a possibility. Other than that, there's always the possibility that the person who that Bikini is correct and she did see Iris there. However, it could have been an entirely different person. After all, Iris's most defining characteristic is her hairstyle. And as such, anyone wearing such a hood could have been mistaken for Iris, especially in the dead of night. I mean, the two people theory seems to be getting a bit more credence here. But that would imply that there is a third hood, and I'd like to see if Bikini can confirm or deny that. Otherwise, I'm not sure how this is playing out. Well. Oh my god, she's so short! She's a dwarf! What the fuck? That's not a bad feeling at all, exposing contradictions like this. I understand that happy look on Wright's face every time he does it. He says with the most deadpan face of all.
Order in the court!
Sister, this hood. You have spare ones around the temple, don't you? Spares? Well, I do tend to make too many of them.
I see. A stockpile. A surplus of hoods, eh?
Each nun is only given one hood. This should be the only one that Iris owned.
This is quite strange. Ah!
If there was a surplus of hoods, then she could have worn one of those. There's no contradiction here. Yeah. I'm sorry to break this to you, Miss Von Karma, but you won't get away that easily. Oh god, Edgeworth is so good at this. Discrepancy such as this will sow seeds in any human heart. The seeds of doubt.
Witness, while I don't wish to call your testimony into doubt, you must give every detail with precision.
I'm not sure I'm comfortable going along with this. Sister, you shall continue with your testimony. Oh, I just realized. Von Karma grabs her left sleeve just like her father did. I just realized that now. I feel kind of dumb. Did she do that in the previous games? In Justice for All, or is this new here? I don't know. Tell us what you saw after you finished your bath, on your way back to the inner temple. The seeds of doubt are sprouting in the judge's heart. They just need a little bit more stimulation to bear fruit. Contradictory stimulation. God damn it, Edgeworth! He's like, I don't even need to prove that the witness is wrong. I'll just make the judge think that she is. He is truly a terrifying attorney on both sides of the court. After my bath. I finished my bath around 11, and I thought I should return to the inner temple. As I was walking back, I heard a noise from the courtyard. I took a look, and Iris was, Mystic Elise! And with that sort of all things... I don't see anything useful here. Okay. Mystic Elise was staying in the corner room, which faces out onto the courtyard. Stabbing I saw must have occurred after she was pushed out of her window. How do you know she was pushed out of her window?
You saw a truly terrible sight, didn't you? If I was in your place, then it would be much like Miss Von Karma whipping Mr. Edgeworth in two and...
Then it would be much like Miss Von Karma whipping Mr. Edgeworth in two in court. I have no idea what this sentence is supposed to mean.
And me seeing it all from this very chair. Well, something like that.
This judge. His imagination is about as vivid and creative as Detective Gumshoe. I would look the fool if I commented on such foolishness. Anyway, this case is mine, Miles Edgeworth. Calling everyone by their full name. Can't you do something about that habit of yours? It is frankly quite annoying. Finished my bath around 11, and I thought I should return to the inner temple. Sort of all things. Faces the courtyard. How did you know she was pushed out of a window? What makes you so sure of all of this? It's just like I told you earlier. I heard a noise from the courtyard, okay? Up, just like that. You're one smart sister, I'll give you that. The autopsy report states that the victim's body was covered in bruises, indicating a fall from around 10 feet in height. Right.
It appears that the witness was not mistaken then.
Yep. I'm more than just a pretty face, especially in winter. I'm a woman of faith, after all, the head honcho of Hazakura Temple. There's only 2 of them working there. What's wrong, Miles Edgeworth? No snappy comeback remark. That's more of a rights thing. It does feel like she is lying. It doesn't feel like she's lying. It's a very powerful testimony, too. She claims to have seen the instant in which the defendant stabbed the victim. There are only 2 things I can believe in right now. My client Iris and my own defense, and my own abilities as a defense attorney. Right, yeah. Bag heard a noise from the courtyard. Right, it's obviously the contradiction with the autopsy report, right? But tell us more about the actual stabbing. I want to hear some more. It was the second time that the witnesses testified to seeing the defendant. But some doubt remains in these claims. Hey, just what does that mean? Just because you're a good-looking man doesn't give you the right to... The murderer who stabbed the victim with the sword. Sister Bikini, try to recall exactly who it was you saw, as clearly as you can. Well, you're a handsome young man, so I'll forgive you. Oh, but now that you mention it, there was something awfully strange about her. Something that has been bugging me all this time. Please don't keep us in suspense. Her hood! Her hood? That's right. It's coming back to me. Iris, she wasn't wearing her hood. I thought something was out of place, but it all makes sense now, doesn't it? After all, she'd given the hood away to someone, right? Ha! You've dug your own grave, Miles Edgeworth.
What do you say, Edgeworth? Is this testimony important?
No, it's important. This may initially appear to put me at a disadvantage, but I can't see any other leads at the moment. Your Honor, I would like to add these new statements to the testimony. Miles Edgeworth, if you want to hang yourself, you need only ask. I'll gladly lend you my whip. That strong enough for Edgeworth's, buff body? No problem. Iris didn't have her hood on.
Hold it!
Just earlier you claimed that she did. Are you sure about that? Yes, after all, we always wear the same clothes. Ah, I don't mean because we're poor, you understand. It's our style. Yes, that's it. There's absolutely no need to explain yourself. Anyway, I wear the exact same clothes every single day. The only thing new is this lapel pin. Isn't it nice? Oh yes, it's quite cute. Anyways, she looked different from normal, so that really struck out. Like me holding a whippet puppy instead of a whip. At least then it might bite you and not someone else. Iris didn't have her hood on, I'm sure of it.
Very well. Now please, tell us about the victim, eh?
I don't think we have anything to contradict that, you know? Or lights out. Testimony. Alright, well, let's save, but I'm pretty sure it's this contradiction. I mean, actually, the fact that we can actually draw out more testimonies makes me worried. So I'm actually gonna go ahead and press some of the other statements.
Hold it!
How far is it from your room to the inner temple? Let me think for a moment. About 20 minutes on these stumps of mine. It's about 15 minutes to Dusky Bridge from Hazakura Temple. The inner temple is just beyond the bridge. Still, you never made it back that night, did you? That's right. I was heading along the walkway towards the main hall.
Hold it!
You say you heard a noise. Thump, just like that. That could only be the sound of the victim falling. It's very quiet in the temple, you know. You can even hear the snow falling from the branches. Thump, just like that.
But then, couldn't this noise you've heard have been the snow falling to the ground?
I never thought of that.
Ho 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 ho! Ah!
The next one to laugh gets a whipping. So wait, we're not gonna comment on the fact that she heard a loud thumping noise, which she hears quite often because of snow falling, and she just immediately assumed that it was a dead body? That's kind of sussy right there, you know? This could be a self-report. It's always a possibility. Well, whatever the source of the sound, I looked over at the courtyard and... Iris, Mystic Elise, that sort of all things. Iris... Alright, I'm gonna try the autopsy report on this one. See if that works out.
Objection!
This evidence clearly reveals a contradiction in that statement, Your Honor.
Fuck. Unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't accept that.
Well done, Your Honor.
What?
I was only testing you just now. That's a slick recovery.
Well, then why don't you try testing this penalty too?
It looks like I shouldn't have spoken in haste. Okay, so it's not that. Iris must have had her hood on. Release. Oh, hold on. Did I just... I can't believe that it's not that. I just want to make sure I actually used the wrong one. You know? That occurred after she was pushed out of her window. Yet the autopsy report clearly states that the fall was post-mortem. Okay. Okay, so I just chosen the wrong statement. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Impressive logic. That's what I'd like to say anyways. Oh, please do. My brain is something else, especially in winter. However, I think you are overlooking one thing. Miss Von Karma, would you be so kind as to take another look at the autopsy report? The autopsy report? The victim did fall from a height of 10 feet. However, this fall was after she was killed.
That's right! It says after death right here!
The scene the witness claims to have seen is contradictory. If the defendant stabbed and killed the victim there in the courtyard, how did the victim then go on to take a 10-foot fall?
Order, order! The victim was killed and then fell. If that is the case, then the victim must have been killed in her room. Don't you agree?
That is the logical conclusion. Yes, that's right. The victim must have been stabbed by the defendant in her own room, and she was then thrown out the window down into the courtyard below. Were there any signs of struggle in Miss Dockstam's room? She was stabbed with a sword. That would leave a blood stain, wouldn't you agree?
Well, Miss Von Karma. Was there any blood? Ah!
No traces of blood were found in the victim's room.
Your whip has just caused traces of blood to be found on my glorious playoff beard! However, if there is no blood in the room, then you claim that what?
I'm sure there's no need for me to go over this, as I'm sure your honor is well aware of when a stab wound produces the most blood when it's taken out.
When it produces the most blood.
Very little blood is actually lost at the moment of the blade's insertion. You see, I would normally agree with you. For any kind of straight blade, yes, that would be the case, because the blade itself would plug the wound and not let any blood out. However, this is not your typical blade. This thing, right, from what we can see, it seems like it went about this deep, right? Meaning that these thingamajigs came out on the opposite side, you know? Which in turn means that these things, these things wouldn't just stick in and then plug the hole like the main branch of the blade would. No. These things would rip and tear through you, and there would be bleeding. Because they would stab, yes, they would make a wound, but then they would continue moving rather than plugging that wound. That wound would be left open for blood to flow out, and especially if they come out on the other side. Yeah, no. This thing 100% will leave a blood splash on entry. Very little blood is actually lost at the moment of the blade's insertion. If you want to talk about when the most blood would be lost from a body, that would be when the blade is removed. And in those like 2 sentences, Von Karma has already proved that she is a better prosecutor than Gatto, because Gatto has never actually provided any kind of argument at all. Indeed, with the weapon still in place, it acts like a lid on the wound.
That's true. With the weapon still in the body, there wouldn't be much bleeding. A perfectly reasonable line of thinking.
You've come to a conclusion then. The victim was thrown out of the window with the sword still in place. This removes all of the contradictions. Yes, but it also proves that my client did not stab her with the sword.
Order! I must admit, this is a probable version of events.
I'll expect no less from Franziska Von Karma. She locates and takes control of every vital point.
It seems. If we need a clearer testimony from the witness. Remove all supposition on your part and tell us only the facts, please. Witness, please, remain standing on the crate.
Don't go selling me short now. The weight of the winter snow has bent me out of shape, especially my back and my mood. Sister, please, give us your testimony. I will give you a vigorous massage once we are finished here. Can I have a massage, Madam Von Karma? Please, ma'am. With the whip. With the whip! Honestly, you know what? I'd be down. I'm down. I'm not against it. Oh boy. All right. Here we go. When I looked across the scene, the sword was already in place. Thinking about it now, I didn't actually see her stab Mystic Elise. I had never seen so much blood before. That's when I fainted. You can't blame me, can you? And when I awoke, Mystic Amy was stabbing Mystic Elise through the back.
This all confirms Miss Von Karma's theory.
Von Karma strived for nothing but perfection. Putting together such facts is nothing for me. You should know that, Miles Edgeworth. Perfection is an impossibility, Franziska Von Karma. And I'm here to teach you just that. Like Wright did a year ago. Okay, cross-examination. Sword was already in place. Thinking about it now, I didn't actually see her stab Mystic Elise. I've never seen so much blood before. That's when I fainted. You can't blame me, can you? When I woke, Mystic Amy was stabbing Mystic Elise through the back. So then you didn't actually witness the murder.
Hold it!
At that time, was the victim bleeding? Well, I was very shocked to be seeing all of this, of course, so I'm not entirely sure. But I don't think I saw any blood. Not then. I'm sure you didn't. The weapon was acting as a plug in the wound. In any case, let's be clear on one very important point. Did you actually see the incident in which the victim was stabbed? Did you actually see her stab Mystic Elise? None of your testimony is worthless. Think carefully, this is very important. It's Iris we were talking about here. I'm thinking for all I'm worth. No, when it looked over, the sword was already in Mystic Elise's body. It might not be conclusive, but this testimony supports her theory. The victim was stabbed in a room and then dropped onto the courtyard. I think this proves it rather well, Miles Edgeworth.
Hold it!
So you're saying that you saw the victim's blood? That's right. Some of it splattered into Iris too. When the defendant was arrested, she was meditating in her room, and her blood-feckled clothes were neatly folded in the corner. What? Her clothes were blood-flecked as well.
That seems quite conclusive to me.
What should I do? Press this point further? Of course. Going back to your previous statement, you said you saw little bleeding when the victim was stabbed. But now you say you saw the victim bleeding? Well, I say that what I saw is what I saw.
What did you see?
Maybe I didn't see the poor woman getting stabbed, but I saw the girl pull the sword out of her, plain as day. Okay, now we're talking. Pulling the sword out. Well, it wasn't exactly pulling. It was more like came out.
Witness, you add the statement to your testimony.
Oh, was that important? More important than you can imagine. Is this the bullshit Wright has to deal with? God damn. So the instant in which the blade plunged into the hilt. Into the hilt? So it was all the way through. She got completely impaled? But that's impossible. If the sword went all the way through, then there would be bleeding. 100%. The only way that there could not be bleeding if the points never went all the way through, you know? Because then that would actually definitely rip and tear.
Hold it!
Smoothly, you say? You're saying you saw the sword smoothly slide out? That's right. The whole thing happened right next to the gold statue of Mystic Amy. Mystic Elise was on the ground, and Iris was stooped over her. The sword was buried into the hilt. When Iris stood up, oh fuck! Something about stood up. It slid out from that gaping wound. Ah!
It goes without saying, if the sword is removed, there would be bleeding.
Nothing out of place here. Is that really the case? Can't help but feel that something about this testimony is very out of place. Something which couldn't possibly have happened appears to have happened. So I fainted. You can't blame me, can you? Okay. We gotta present here. I think it's the blood itself, because the blood undeniably does not go all the way to the hilt. Temple map, photo of Elise, crime photo. Yeah. Definitely not plunged to the hilt. I mean, the blood marks seem more consistent with here, and yeah. Okay. Let's present the sword.
Objection!
Sister Bikini, you're a reliable witness. At least I'd like to think so. But there are too many contradictions here. What do you mean? You make it sound as though I'm a liar. But you are a handsome young man, so I'll forgive you. You want to go out later? No, I'm fine. What contradictions are you talking about? In the scene of the crime, in the scene that the witness claims to have seen, the weapon was thrust up to the hilt into the victim. Furthermore, the killer withdrew the weapon smoothly from the body. Right, it also wouldn't really be smooth, although, I mean, it might be smooth since, the spikes point inwards. So, the holes the spikes make as they go through the victim should allow the sword to be withdrawn, pretty, basically, you know? Furthermore, the killer withdrew the weapon smoothly from the body. However, both of these are complete impossibilities.
What do you mean? Please,
Explain yourself. To start with, do you think it would be possible to stab someone to the hilt with this? No matter how I look at the defendant, she doesn't appear strong enough for that.
Objection!
Does it appear? What meaningless drivel. I too may appear to be weak and frail, but I can crush men under my heel and make them weep, should I so choose. Is that, are you, is that a proposal? Because I will gladly accept. Please step on me, Miss Von Karma.
the objection stands. I worked a little back there, I must admit.
That isn't the only issue here. If this sword was truly stabbed into the body up into the hilt, well, just look at all the branches on it. It certainly wouldn't come out smoothly. We also have the problem of the amount of bleeding. It's true that a blade was left in the body, it acts as a plug of sorts. However, when the weapon is shaped like this, it's an entirely different story. The wound would be too large for the blade to completely stop the bleeding. Right.
Rip and tear until it is done.
Objection!
That's nothing more than conjecture. In reality, the victim was stabbed with a shichishito. Even a weapon of this nature may still sometimes slide out smoothly and may still sometimes stop the blood loss. Who's conjecturing now?
Objection!
I'm not finished. There's still one more conclusive contradiction.
You've still got more?
This one is simple. If this sword really was thrust in all the way to the hilt, why is there only blood on the tip? If this witness is telling the truth, then there should be blood along the entire length of the sword. No!
Order! Order!
Bravo, Miles Edgeworth, raising these many contradictions for a single piece of evidence. All the other attorneys I know would maybe manage one if that.
But what does that all mean? You've proven contradictions regarding the murder weapon, but
Having come this far, there can only be one answer. And that is... the weapon used to kill the victim was not the Shichishita.
what?
A foolish idea born from foolish mind of a foolhardy foolish fool. Let's examine this again. What was it that made us think this sword was the murder weapon? Well, right. It was the dead of night. It's quite possible that the fact that she saw the sword stabbed into the victim after the fact is what made her subconsciously believe that that's the sword she saw stabbed, when in reality, the murder weapon was different in fact. However, we also don't really have any sword in our current possession that we could prove, we could show to be another murder weapon. Which is great, considering the fact that Gato is not here. Because, it's great that Gato is not here, because if Gato was here, all he would do is, he'd be like, well, Mr. Defense Prosecutor, if you really want this theory of the Shichishito not being the murder weapon to go through, then how about you show me some evidence How about you show me what the real murder weapon is? And Edgeworth would be like, well, that's ridiculous. We haven't even conducted an investigation knowing that there is a second murder weapon. How the hell would I have it in my possession? You third-rate excuse for a prosecutor. And the judge would be like,
Yeah, that's quite a good assertion. I mean, it makes complete sense. I don't know what you're on about. I don't know what kind of drugs they put in your coffee, Mr. Prosecutor.
God damn it, it always works. Wait, that works with right? Is he actually that incompetent? How the hell did I lose to him? Like, I have a feeling, like, on one hand, I'm glad Gato was not here because we don't have to deal with this bullshit. But at the same time, I don't think Edgeworth would ever deal with this bullshit at all. So maybe that's why we can't have him here, because Edgeworth would just absolutely destroy all of his bullshit and get a non-guilty verdict in like the first day of court. It's because Mystic Amy was holding it. Exactly. However, if you reflect on this, that is the only basis we have to assume such a thing. The impression left by the scene was just too strong. That is what influenced us. Right, which is why they made the whole effort to make it seem like the statue stuffed the victim, because that is a very, you know, imposing scene. It is very memorable and would certainly imprint yourself into people's minds. Kind of like Emma seeing the blue badger during the SL9 incident. I miss Emma. I really do. She was such a great sidekick character, you know? Like, I'll take her over Maya any day. Like, don't get me wrong, Maya's fine with her like criminal nature and shit like that, but like, it was just so much help, and I actually quite enjoyed the little forensics minigames. Man, Rise from the Ashes truly is such a good fucking case. Impression left by the scene was just too strong. That is what influenced us. It influenced us to believe that the Shichishito was the murder weapon. Also, Emma is platonic best girl, by the way. So, maybe the Shichishito is not the murder weapon. Even if that is the case, it changes nothing, Miss Miles Edgeworth. The sister here saw everything. She saw the defendant stab the victim with a sword-like object.
That's true. Your response, Mr. Edgeworth.
If that is so, I would like the prosecution to answer the obvious question it raises.
The obvious question?
Yes, namely, where did the real murder weapon disappear to? Wait! He's flipped it! It's always the prosecution asking right to provide evidence, but now Edgeworth is actually doing it himself to the prosecution and bringing into question their own investigation. Oh my god! This is genius! Using their own tactics against them because, you know, they're the actual people who are supposed to be investigating this goddamn thing. It goes without saying that the police searched the main hall and surrounding area. Perhaps the prosecution can enlighten us as to if a sword-like object was found. This is the exact, exactly. It's not the burden of proof is not on right, since he's not the one who actually, he doesn't have an entire police force searching the, crime scene for him. Yet it's always Gato asking him to present evidence. It's kind of fucking ridiculous.
Answer the question, Miss Von Karma.
No evidence of that kind was found. He's got her on her back legs! Oh my god, Edgeworth! What an absolute monster! Hey, Akihiko. We're Shin Megami Tensei? Shin Megami Tensei, it's gonna be Friday. That's what I said. I had, there were some issues regarding my fire alarm, and I had to get maintenance, to fix stuff and stuff like that. So that's why I wasn't able to stream yesterday. But that's all fixed now, and so the Shin Megami Tensei stream has been moved to Friday because I didn't want to just skip it, and I usually take Fridays off. So I just thought, you know what, I'll move it to Friday. So yeah, the stream will happen tomorrow at the usual time. Don't worry about that. So now let's get back to Edgeworth being an absolute savage.
Another mystery to throw onto the pile. A trial without a murder weapon is a tricky beast.
Excuse me, could I say something? I just remembered something, actually. What is it, sister? I was just thinking, it's possible, but just maybe, what actually happened was, it was just over there. What?
What exactly are you going on about here?
A murder weapon, I mean. Maybe. I think I might know where the sword was disposed of.
What?
It's a lot of whippings. Well then, I think we need to hear testimony from you one more time, sister. Yeah, that's right, Akahiko. I am a Slashy Baka.
Impossible.
What else? What else could this old woman have seen? How old is she? Doesn't seem that old. Bikini is 48. Yeah, she's not old. There's gonna be a stream though. Yeah, for sure. I saw the murder at around 11 p.m. And after asking that it be reported, I went to the main gate. And there I saw tracks that indicated the snowmobile had been used. Now we're talking. It takes 15 minutes to walk the Dusky Bridge, but less than 5 using one of those. Right, the question is though, what was it used for? Maybe they threw the weapon into Eagle River and came back while I was knocked out. Iris could have done that. She could drive a snowmobile after all. But this is baseless conjecture though.
Witness, please tell us everything you know right away next time.
Well, I'm not in the best shape, with my back and my age, you know. Quite. There were indeed a snowmobile tracks in front of the main gate. There's a photograph. Look at this photograph. Ah, there we go.
A snowmobile, eh? I see. Well, it certainly is an interesting theory.
He is very unsure about things, I will say. So yeah, the snowmobile was definitely used that night. The tracks begin in front of Hazakura Temple and run all the way to Dusky Bridge. And you never thought to bring this up because... reasons? Oh, right. Perfect case bullshit or whatever, you know? So much for that. That solves your pesky little problem, yes? The Eagle River's current is quite swift, meaning it doesn't freeze over in winter, making it the perfect place to dispose of a murder weapon. Did she really go to the river to dispose of the murder weapon? God damn it! Spending, the last couple of cases with Gato as the prosecutor, I've actually completely forgotten what it was like to actually fight against a competent prosecutor, you know? Like, goddamn! Like, it really puts you into perspective. Von Karma actually making arguments in court and shit. Just how garbage Gato truly was, you know? And Edgeworth is just absolutely fantastic at this. You should really become a defense attorney, you know?
Mr. Edgeworth, your cross-examination, please.
Location of the weapon. Alright, murder around 11. After asking that it be reported, I went up to the main gate. There I saw tracks that indicated a snowmobile had been used. It takes 15 minutes, but less than 5 using those. Maybe he threw the weapon into Eagle River and came back while I was knocked out. Iris could have done that. She could drive a snowmobile after all. Right, I'm not sure of any obvious contradictions. Let's see what Miles has to say. Another mystery to feed the fire. Oh, what? Never mind. That's with every judge? I mean, yeah. Although it's more like the previous judge was stupid, this judge is just very unsure about stuff. Another mystery to feed the fire. Was there any reason to go away and throw the murder weapon? Luckily, there's surely a problem with this testimony. Now all I have to do is start poking holes into this flawed account. Right, so let's press.
Hold it!
Hold it!
That's an interesting voice. You are sure about the time? Yes, I was worried about it after all.
I was that.
Because I have a strong sense of responsibility, especially at this time of year. The acolytes was being doused in freezing water at the time. I couldn't very well take it easy in the bath all night, could I? So at 11, I decided to leave Hazakura Temple. Her estimation of the time seems reliable, at least. Please continue, sister. Alright. If it reported, I went out to the main gate.
Hold it!
You asked Phoenix Wright to report the crime, correct? Right. The one who... Fuck! I misclicked. Damn it! I need to keep my finger off the goddamn enter key. It seems she's the type to hold a grudge. There isn't a phone in main hall, so I sent him to the bridge. Phoenix Wright? He didn't even have his cell phone on him. He had forgotten it at home, apparently. But a naive boy, as always, a foolishly foolish fool. Hey! Franziska, do not talk badly about my boyfriend like that. Oh, why do you care, Edgeworth? I thought you had broken up years ago. It's complicated. Not only do I always carry my phone, I always have my whip in hand too. Anyways, I was really scared, and it was taking him a while to get back. So I thought I'd go out by the main gate for a spell. There I saw tracks.
Hold it!
As I recall, there was a snowmobile outside the main gate when I visited. He's very sexy. That's it. That's the only one we have. It'll run no matter how much snow falls. That's kind of the point of a snowmobile. Now, you're certain the snowmobile was there when at the main gate when you arrived? Yes, of course. It was parked in front of the gate. So, she was already gone, discarded the murder weapon, and returned by the time. Both the prosecutor and defense attorney on this case are both absolute hotties, if you ask me. How do I delete YouTube comments? Oh shit, this is not Google, god damn it. Right. I'm not sure if this is really relevant. What should I do? Oh no! Press further is usually at the bottom, god damn it. It looks very likely the snowmobile is related to the case. I can't help but think that I misused it, but for what? I better hold off on this for now.
Well then, witness, how long does it take to reach the bridge by snowmobile?
Hold it!
In that case, why don't you use it yourself? You could have spared yourself some walking. Ah, there's a reason for that. Have you got a moment to explain?
I think that's why the question was asked in the first place.
It was about a month ago. I was driving my beloved little snowmobile, happy as can be. I'd fetched some water and was heading back when I went and crashed into a tree. A tree and my back both went crunch, just like that. Crunch. Well, that explains a lot.
Crunch. That's my favorite type of cereal, Captain Crunch. Wait, didn't Captain Crunch have a special edition at one point where they featured a very prominent prosecutor in the cover? Wasn't it you, Mr. Edgeworth?
No, Your Honor, I can assure you I've never been a prosecutor in my life. I've never even heard of that profession.
What? But you're a defense attorney. How can you not know what a prosecutor is?
Miles Edgeworth is clearly a foolish fool. There's no reason to press this point any further, Your Honor.
No, I'm not sure how I feel about this, but it's probably fine.
I haven't been able to find the courage to write anything since then. Anyway, the killer must have used it. Man, I haven't been ad-libbing that much. Ever since If you don't know, Edgeworth watches Steel Samurai. Of course course I know. He's like the biggest fucking fan. He has a fucking Steel Samurai action figure in his fucking office. Like, you go into his office and it's just like this like really fancy coat that he wore to like his first case. You have like this beautiful mahogany desk. You've got this fanciest trophy and shit, and like a porcelain tea set. And then right next to all of that, he has the fucking Steel Samurai figure given to him by Wendy Oldbag. It's great. It's fucking great. Edgeworth is such a fucking tsundere. It's great. But yeah, I feel like ever since I swapped over from pre-recorded videos to streaming, I haven't really been ad-libbing that much, because you know when I pre-recorded, I would ad-lib all the time, and then you know I would do like multiple tries of my ad-libs, and then you know, just cut out the parts that went badly. So obviously live is a bit more difficult because, you know, everything goes. I can't, you know, I have to really keep my ad-libbing game on point. So that's why I haven't really been doing it much. But I'm trying to get a bit more into it since, you know, I feel like it's a really fun thing to do, you know? I missed some shit, didn't saw that stuff. Yeah, that was back during the first game. That was during Rise from the Ashes, the DLC case that was added. It was actually made after the entire trilogy, so, you know. That was long before you started watching the channel, my man. That was back before I even streamed, you know? The weapon Eagle River and came back while it was knocked out. It is possible, yes. Refresh our memory. How long were you knocked out for? Like I said, somewhere between 10 and 20 minutes. Yeah, when the original Ace Attorney trilogy was re-released for the DS, and it was released in the West for the first time, they knew Western audiences were gonna buy it because that was the first time like Ace Attorney was coming to the West, at least in like majorly, right? I don't know if like any of the other games have been like released in smaller markets or anything, but they also needed a reason for the Japanese audiences to actually buy the complete trilogy. So what they did is they created an entirely new case, Rise from the Ashes, which they tacked on in between games 1 and 2, which is, in my opinion, the best case in the entire series so far. And it's pretty much the length of the entire first game on its own. And it's very fucking good. Like I said, somewhere between 10 and 20 minutes. It's possible to get to the bridge and back in 10 minutes using the snowmobile. I have to concede that it is more than enough time. Is that all you wish to concede, Miles Edgeworth? Iris could have done that. She can drive a snowmobile after all.
Hold it!
Well, it would have been possible. Time-wise, one element remains out of place here.
Oh, what would that mystery element be?
I ate Rise from the Ashes, way too long case? Honestly, I thought the length was perfect. I like, maybe a couple of the investigations dragged on a little bit, especially the one where you're investigating the one where you're investigating the evidence room with the blue badger and stuff like that. But other than that, I like, I absolutely love that case. An absolute metric ton of evidence, you know. Like, I love just how complex it is, because, like, Gant murdered Marshall, then framed Emma so that then Lana would think Emma was the murderer and frame Dark. It was like a framing on top of a framing. And then several years later, he killed, Goodman, and then was going to frame Edgeworth for it. But then Lana got spotted, so she had to frame herself for it, so that the truth about Gant would not... It's such an insane series of events, and like such great characters and everything. Like, I love Marshall, I love, what was her name? Lunchland Lady, Lunchland Lady... The Cough-Up Queen, Angel Star, the one who has a porn star name. Officer Meekins is an absolute treasure. Lost me at the Emma Lana part. It is very long and very complex, but honestly, I love that. I'm a huge fan of murder mystery novels, and that really feels like one, because rather than these like short bite-sized cases that are in the other cases in Ace Attorney, this was truly like just like it was long enough that it could have been a standalone game, honestly. Like, it's so good. And I'm really sad that they I was reading up on the anime adaptation because I'm planning to watch it at some point, and apparently they never adapted Rise from the Ashes, which I think is really sad. But whatever. Also, Emma is a better companion than Maya, like in a million ways. The killer's reasoning, Your Honor. Why did the killer do all of this? Why go to Eagle River to dispose of the murder weapon when there are other methods?
Too many unanswered questions. Your response, Miss Von Karma?
Turn to me for help over the slightest thing. Why don't you think for yourself once in a while, Your Honor?
What? You're the prosecution?
She's as over the top as always. Anyways, whatever the reason, the fact remains the defendant could have done this. The murder weapon was disposed in the river. Another point to me, Miles Edgeworth. Another mystery to feed the fire. Was there any reason to go and throw away the murder weapon? Luckily, there's sure. Okay, we've already read that. So, right, what we need is the tracks, right? And we go ahead and press further. I need answers to every. Oh, fuck. I was holding my keys so hard that I ripped off 2 of my arrow keys. God damn it, let me fix that. The joys of a mechanical keyboard. I'm still not used to having a mechanical keyboard. I need answers to every possible doubt. The snowmobile in question. Was it still warm at that time? What do you mean? What do you mean?
What do you mean, eh?
What do you mean, Miles Edgeworth? I'm playing to a slow crowd here. It goes without saying that using a snowmobile will heat its engine. Yeah, Capcom is bizarre sometimes, and they go all out with new releases like Rust from the Ashes, Monster Hunter World Iceborne, DC3 SE, SFV Champion Edition or something like fucked up like that. Yeah, they really go all out, but I think it's for the best. I mean, Rise from the Ashes is fantastic. It's so far still my favorite case in the series. Probably with Farewell My Turnabout in second place and Turnabout Goodbyes in third. And then I'll probably actually, once I'm finished with this game, I'll probably do like a tier list of all the cases so far. That should be fun, you know? To, finish off the trilogy. But Monster Hunter World Iceborne is... I mean, Monster Hunter World Iceborne is fantastic in pretty much every way, you know? It goes without saying that using a snowmobile will heat its engine. Well, other than having to use heat drinks every single, minute, you know? If it was still warm, then it means it was recently used. Oh, I see. I never thought of that.
That's right. I overlooked that too.
You're really into Capcom, or is this your only Capcom game you like? Not really. I like Ace Attorney, I like Monster Hunter, but I'd say that's probably it. I mean, there might be other Capcom games that I like, and I just don't know they're Capcom, you know? It's not exactly one of those studios that I'm like, oh shit, what is Capcom doing? It's not like, I'd say I'm a fan of Bethesda. Whenever, I like to keep up on whatever Bethesda's doing. Supposedly they're showcasing some stuff today during the Summer Game Fest, which is I was hoping to watch the Summer Game Fest live on the channel, but no one else was available to watch it with me, so I just decided to play Ace Attorney instead. I'll probably go ahead and watch the Summer Game Fest afterwards. Also supposedly some Ubisoft announcements, which I'm very excited for. They have a fuck ton of stuff and old IPs that you could like. Maybe I'll have to check out the thing, although right now I already have a pretty extensive list of games that I want to play on the channel after I'm done with this. I mean, there's still obviously plenty to go in the Ace Attorney series, quite obviously, but you know, there's like a fuck ton to do in the Ace Attorney series. I also want to finish off Zero Escape. We still got 2 more games there. Obviously, the entire Persona franchise is huge and massive, and that's gonna take a while. We still have the other 2 Lucius games to get to. We're playing Nocturne right now, and then Shin Megami Tensei 5 is coming out supposedly in November. I want to play Corpse Party. I want to play Banner Saga. I have a lot of games that I want to play on the channel, you know? It's probably unhealthy for me to keep adding things to the list. From who is Capcom to oh my god, I love Capcom? Yeah, Capcom is pretty well known, I'd say. Tips, stream what you want. There's probably a lot you would love to play from Capcom. Trust me. Right, yeah, I'll see about it. We'll see what games there are.
That's right. I overlooked that too.
Of course you did. Then answer the question, please, witness. I don't often go around touching hot engines. However, now that you mention it, there wasn't any snow on it. Right.
Snow.
Yes, for some reason, only the snowmobile wasn't covered in snow. Well, if it had just been used, it wouldn't be covered, right? If it had literally just been used, there probably wouldn't have been enough time for the snow to build up. Actually, wait, it wasn't even snowing, my dude, right? The snow stopped at 10:50. So, and obviously any snow on the snowmobile would fall off the second it was used. Meaning that if the snowmobile was parked there sometime after 10:50, there would be no snow falling, and therefore it wouldn't be covered in snow, so that's not exactly conclusive. For some reason, only the snowmobile wasn't covered in snow. There wasn't any snow on it. Curses. Yeah, but they also left tracks, which means it wasn't snowing.
It seems highly likely that the killer did use the snowmobile then, eh?
How long does it take to get to Dusky Bridge by snowmobile? On that, she can drive a snowmobile. So that wasn't it? Snowmobile. Right. Young question, it was still warm. Snowmobile will heat its engine. If it was still warm, then it means it was recently used. Snow. Snowmobile wasn't covered in snow. And I'm pretty sure that matches the court record, right? Yeah, no snow on it, which makes sense. Did use the snowmobile. Damn it! If I'm using one of those. Excuse me for a minute. Yeah, don't worry about it. Whoever came back. What do we have? Magatama. A hood. Nah, that's useless. Weather data could be useful, maybe. I mean, it would have stopped snowing, but we don't have a statement to refute with that. It's not part of her testimony. Elise, the testimony, the autopsy. Yeah, snowmobile, not covered in blood. That makes, I mean, not covered in snow. And Elise, similarly, is also not being covered in snow. Let's try to do some more pressing.
Hold it!
Sure about the time. This is reliable at least. Didn't he say that there was an issue somewhere?
Hold it!
In that case, why didn't you use it yourself? You could have spared yourself some walking. Oh god, so now she goes on her tangent again about Crunch. Cursed to write anything since then. Anyway, the killer must have used it. Threw the weapon to Eagle River and came back when I was knocked out. Fresh your memory, how long were you knocked out for? Like I said, somewhere between 10 and 20 minutes. Possible to get to the bridge and back in 10 minutes using the snowmobile. Right, it's 5 minutes one way, 5 minutes the other. Capcom got sued for $12 million for using pictures from a photographer in Resident Evil 4 and Devil May Cry 1 without her consent. 2 days ago or something. Yeah, that's, you know, how corporations tend to operate. Like, I remember there was a guy who made a video on YouTube. I forget what the video was about, but he made a video. And then some like big YouTube channel owned by like a corporation or something used his video, like just stole his video, and then he got copyright striked by that company that used his video. Like, it was some wild shit. I don't remember like what the video was about or anything or who this person was, but I remember it happened here on YouTube. See, that's more than enough time.
Hold it!
Would have been possible time-wise. One element remains out of place here. Feels reasoning. What do you think for yourself once in a while? Probably thought, it's from Google, we can just modify it a bit and no one will notice, lol. Yeah, probably. Up as always. Murder weapons posed off in the river, another point to many miles Edgeworth. Mystery to feed the fire. Was there any reason to go and throw the weapon? Luckily, there's surely a problem in this testimony.
Hold it!
No, we've already seen this. Alright, let's go through the court record, try to see what we can do here. Victim's staff. I don't see the issue there. Chijishito. Apparent murder weapon to the victim's blood and the suspect's fingerprints. Misty Faye. Iris's hood. The note. I couldn't tell. Weather data. The occult magazine. Photo of Elise. Iris's testimony. Let's see. Let's see, what can we contradict here? The murder was around 11. According to the autopsy report, that seems reasonable, especially since she likely died, then afterwards the stabbing was witnessed. So yeah, 11 seems like a reasonable time. After asking that it be reported, I went out to the main gate. Okay. Why then? Is Phoenix trying to report the crime? Right, the one who trampled me. If she is the type to hold a grudge. There isn't a person in the. There's a phone in the main hall, so I sent him to the bridge. Phoenix right, he didn't even have his cell phone on him. He had forgotten it at home, apparently. Gotta go out for the gate. Okay. So after asking that the crime was reported, it went to the main gate. That's fine and seems consistent with what we know. Tracks that indicated the snowmobile had been used. And based on the snow, we know that the snowmobile was parked sometime after 10:50. However, no, that works out. Definitely works out. Clearly, the snowmobile had been used. Right, so we have the snowmobile tracks, and we also have the footprints. I'm, you know, coming in and out of the temple. That's pretty straightforward, though. I don't see anything wrong with this picture that there would be, you know? "15 minutes, but less than 5 using one of those." That works out with the timing. They threw the weapon into Eagle River and came back while it was knocked down. Iris could have done that. She can drive a snowmobile after all. I think it might be this one with maybe the, you know, the fact that Iris was too scared to go to the bridge. That's the only thing I can think of, but it's a far cry, you know? So I guess we'll try it out. Question is, should we go with the note or the testimony? For Elise, let's try the testimony. Oh.
Objection!
No, okay. Then let's try the note then.
Objection!
Nope. Damn. She can drive a snowmobile after all. None from Hazakir Temple doesn't seem to have any spiritual power. Mystery to feed the fire. Was there any reason to go and throw away the murder weapon? Luckily, there's surely a problem with this testimony, and all I have to do is start poking holes in this flawed account. Threw the weapon to Eagle River. Right, I mean, that seems like a great way to dispose of a weapon. Maybe the question is, why didn't the Shichishito, what was the point of disposing the weapon, maybe? Because the Shichishito clearly had her fingerprints on it, so disposing the murder weapon seems kind of a useless endeavor in that case, don't you think? Commissioners, what do I contradict here? It's one of these two.
Objection!
No? Alright, then let's try the other one.
Objection!
Don't know. What are profiles? Paul from Dusky Bridge is currently hospitalized. Dick Gumshoe. I don't know. Dick Gumshoe, Maya Fey, Pearl Fey, Prosecutor Gatto, Ed Nunn, Elise, Mary's teacher, and Temple Nun doesn't seem to have any spiritual power. Don't remember how we became friends though. Maybe the fact that Larry was there? But, I don't know. From main gate to Dusky Bridge. Man, this is a tough one. Saw the murderer at 11. That's fine. After asking that it be reported, I went out to the main gate. Okay. Saw the tracks that indicated the snowmobile had been used. Takes 15 minutes to walk to Dusky Bridge, but less than 5 using one of those. He threw the weapon in Eagle River and came back while I was knocked out. Iris could have done that. She can drive a snowmobile after all. I'm completely clueless here. Alright, let's go through them one by one and see what Edgeworth has to say. Sure about that? Yes, I was worried about it after all. Why is that? Being doused with freezing water all the time. I couldn't very well take it easy in the bath all night, could I? Then you, sister. I went out to the main gate.
Hold it!
Yes, Phoenix, right, yeah. I have to hold the brush. Isn't it fun in the main hall, so I sent him to the bridge. Phoenix Wright didn't even have his cell phone on him. Eve, not only do I always carry my phone, but I always have my whip in hand too. Okay, so I was really scared and it was taking him a while to get back. Thought I'd go up at the main gate for a spell. Why didn't you... Maybe it's that... Okay, this is really throwing it out there, but
Objection!
no, okay. I thought maybe it was that, I don't know, that she should have gone, to, you know, check up on Maya, but I guess not. By the way, 100 sub special. Yes. I'm thinking about what that's gonna be. It might be a marathon of the Ace Attorney anime. If we finish this game by then, which we should. We should be pretty close to finishing the game. So yeah, I'll probably do a marathon of the Ace Attorney anime or something like that. You know, since Ace Attorney is probably like the longest running series on the channel. Drax photo. Oh my god. You reported I went out to the main gate. Fine. Tracks that indicate the snowmobile had been used.
Hold it!
Paul, there was a snowmobile outside the main gate when I visited. Only one we have, it'll run no matter how much snow falls. Certain the snowmobile was there at the main gate when you arrived. Yes, of course, I was parked right in front of the gate. Already discarded the murder weapon returned by that time. Not sure if this is really relevant. What should I do? So if we stop here, it looks very likely the snowmobile is related to the case. I can't help but think Iris used it. But for what? Better hold off on this for now. Do I plan on doing, what? The Ace Attorney, marathoning Ace Attorney live? Yeah. Probably. There's some tracks that indicate a snowmobile had reached. Alright. So if we, so pressing is absolutely worthless here then. It's not giving us anything useful, right? I need answers to every possible doubt. The snowmobile in question, was it still warm at the time? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Does that say snowmobile heats up the engine? Still warm, that means it was recently used. That's right, overlooked that. Answer the question. I don't often go around touching hot engines. However, now that you mention it, there wasn't any snow on it. For some reason, only the snowmobile wasn't covered in snow. 15 minutes, but less than 5 using one of those. That's perfectly fine, though. threw the weapon into Eagle River and came back, although it was knocked out. Snowmobile, after all. Tracks indicate the snowmobile had been used. Question is, when was the snowmobile used? Now that is interesting. The snowmobile tracks go over the footprints. And if I am to assume that those footprints are Phoenix going up to call the police, that means the snowmobile actually arrived after Phoenix left. I think this is it. Alright, let's throw the picture here.
Objection!
No, damn it. Maybe this one. Let's try the tracks on this one.
Objection!
Thank fuck! Admit this photograph proves something. It proves that the snowmobile was used on the night of the murder. You finally accepted the inevitable, it seems, Miles Edgeworth. However, if what the witness says is true, then why are there only one set of tracks? Oh, this is a different approach from what I was thinking. Well, because it was snowing when they left, but it stopped snowing when they came back. Presumably. What do you mean? Iris left Hazakura Temple, threw the weapon in the river, and then returned. If that was the case, then naturally there should be two sets of tracks in the snow. Those from heading out to the bridge and those from coming back. Oh, you're right. You're forgetting one thing, Miles Edgeworth. On the night of the murder, it was snowing. The tracks leading to the bridge were erased by the snowfall. This removes your precious contradiction now, doesn't it?
I see. While she was at the river, the snow stopped, leaving just the return tracks in the snow.
What do you have to say now, Miles Edgeworth? Is there a flaw in her theory? The idea that the snowfall covered one set of tracks. Well, I suppose you could make the contradiction the idea that if the witness is completely convinced that what they witnessed was at 11, then the snow would have stopped falling before they left, right? There is a contradiction, right? Because there was no snow on Elise's body, which means that it must have stopped snowing before the killer left the scene. The tracks to the river were covered by snow. What a nice theory. However, Miss Von Karma, that is impossible. Would you care to explain? Why there's a rude index finger currently pointed in my general direction? I love her so much. No need. The evidence will do all the talking for me.
Oh! On the night of the murder, the killer went to and returned from Dusky Bridge. In order to dispose of the murder weapon, the outgoing tracks were erased by the snow. Or so claims Miss Von Karma. Mr. Edgeworth, present your evidence to the contrary, eh? Evidence that the outgoing tracks were not covered by the snow.
Alright, so it's either going to be the weather report or crime scene photo. The weather report relies on the witness's testimony itself, so I'm gonna go with the crime scene photo.
Take that!
Ultimately, it all comes down to one point. That being, whether or not it was snowing in the courtyard when the victim was stabbed. That's right, but proving that is incredibly easy. If we want to know whether it was snowing or not, this photo will tell us everything. Of course, by referring to the photo of the crime scene. As you can see, everything is covered with snow. With just one exception. And that is... the victim herself, Miss Elise Doxenham. Why is there no snow on top of her? The answer is simple. It had stopped snowing when she was killed. That's why. Yeah. In other words, if the killer really did go to the Eagle River to dispose of the murder weapon, then in this photograph, there should be 2 sets of tracks. Oh. He's so good!
Order! Order! Ah!
Just what are you suggesting, Miles Edgeworth? To be honest, I'm not entirely sure myself, but this is simply what all of the facts point to. That night, someone used a snowmobile to leave Hazakura Temple. From the tracks left, it can be understood that they were heading to Dusky Bridge. At that time, it was still snowing. Of course it was, because those tracks were erased by the snow. Right, so the actual trip to the river took place before the murder happened. Which means that, you know, the murder weapon could not have been disposed of in the river because the murder took place after, it had stopped snowing. When then when this person returned to Hazakura Temple, the snow had stopped. Thus, the return tracks remained. Could I say something? This all sounds a bit fishy to me. What does, sister? There is only one key for the snowmobile. Furthermore, on the night in question, we know that the defendant had it. The key was found in a room after the murder. Which can only mean that night, Iris used the snowmobile to go to the inner temple. But Iris said she never went there. I should probably press on this point more when I have the chance. The snowmobile can't cross the suspension bridge. So she must have left it on the Hazakura side of the bridge and crossed on foot. It's been 2 hours, damn. We're still just on part 1 of this trial?
That sounds right.
But what's odd is, when I left Iris and returned to the Hazakura Temple. Right. I didn't see anything near Dusky Bridge. He must have just failed to see it, sister. Maybe, but when I made it back to Hazakura Temple, it was there. By the main gate, the snowmobile, I mean. I know what I saw, it was covered in snow too. But that's... isn't possible.
Order! Order in the court! What does this all mean?
The snowmobile left Hazakura Temple sometime after Bikini arrived. That's why when she arrived, she saw it covered in snow and there were no tracks. Meaning that sometime after Bikini arrived, the snowmobile left. It was still snowing at this point. At that point, the snow stopped. The murder happened, the snow stopped. Phoenix was sent out to call the police. Phoenix leaves Hazakura Temple to call the police. And then the snowmobile returned after that. Interesting. So then what was the snowmobile used for? It wasn't taken by the defendant when she went to the inner temple. If it had been, then the witness couldn't have possibly seen it by the gate. Furthermore, it wasn't used by the killer to dispose of the murder weapon. If that was the case, there should be 2 sets of tracks in this photo. All we know is, after it stopped snowing, someone used a snowmobile to return to Hazakura Temple. Someone that was there after the time of the murder. Meaning, more than likely, Iris. However, if Iris used the snowmobile, then that means the snowmobile actually gives her an alibi at the time of the crime because she had not yet returned to the temple by the time the crime was committed. I never thought a simple snowmobile could cause so much trouble. Kind of like that sword earlier.
I think we've learned all we can from this witness.
Yes, I've nothing more to add. I told you everything that I know.
But then, it still leaves us with the same problem. If only there was someone, a witness who could testify to having seen the snowmobile.
A witness, huh?
Was there no one out walking, perhaps near Dusky Bridge on that night?
I don't think that's likely. Yes, there was. Loris Doxnim. It was cold enough to freeze your ears off. Only an idiot would go out wondering that. That's actually why we have these hoods on. They're for heat protection. The evil spirits? They're the spirits of the cold. Unless they had something really important to do.
What a shame.
Hold on. Something's coming to me. An idiot may well have gone wandering out on that subarctic night. Your Honor, actually, there just might be one individual who may be of help to us.
Really?
You know someone who might have seen the snowmobile on the night of the murder. I don't know for sure if he saw it or not. There are 2 things about him that do come to mind.
Which are?
First, there was something incredible on the night of the murder. And the second being, this individual that I am thinking of went wandering outside on that cold night. In other words, he is our kind of useful idiot.
Mr. Edgeworth, who is this idiot you're talking about?
Honestly, I kind of want to say Phoenix. I wonder if we'll get penalized for saying Phoenix. Since, you know, he is an idiot who went out, but no, I don't know. We'll go with Larry.
This guy must be the product of Jean-Luc Deluxe. Jean-Luc Deluxe guy to obnoxious French painting.
This is Larry Butts, a disciple of the victim, Elise Doxnam.
Her steward? Interesting. And why was he wandering about outside on the night of the murder?
I could tell him out of his designs for Iris, but it may cost us his credibility as a witness before I even call him. He is, after all, an artist. He was perhaps searching for something in the snowy scenery that would move him. Although I cannot guarantee that this is the reason. And so, this unfortunate, unreliable-looking man, what exactly was it he saw? Oh, that's right, she never actually met Larry, because he never showed up in Justice for All. I intend to extract that from him, right here in this courtroom.
Summon this youth as a witness immediately.
I have no choice, do I? I believe he is in the gallery for this trial. It will not take long to summon him.
Very well.
Larry, you may have escaped me yesterday, but today I'm going to get everything out of you.
Yeah. The court will now adjourn for a 20-minute break. Miss Von Karma, please see to preparing the next witness.
Understood, Your Honor.
Good. Well then, court is now in recess.
Nice. All right, we got a recess. 2 hours and 15 minutes in. Oh yeah, sure. We can go for the we'll go for the next chapter. We can do that. Definitely. Go ahead and save. And let's wait for the music to kick in. February 9th, 11:15 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 1. Alright, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and take a short break. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, I'm gonna get some water. You know, my throat is starting to hurt from the Scottish voice. So yeah. This will be like a 5-ish minute break since we're right in the middle of this trial day. And then yeah, I'll be back right after that. And see you then. You know, it's like a self-defeating prophecy. I'm like, 1 second, I'm like, oh, I'm so thirsty, my throat hurts so much, I'm gonna go get some water. And then, immediately, as soon as I get to the fridge, the addiction kicks in, I grab a can of Coke, and now my throat is about to be worse than it was before. So, you know, we have that. I can't help myself, man. I can't do it. I don't have self-control! Oh god, I spilled some Coke over my fucking mouse pad. God damn it. God damn it. This is the shit Wright has to deal with every day. God damn, no wonder. The player controlling him is an absolute mess. No wonder he seems so lacking in court. I'm quite surprised I lost to him like this. Okay. Also, I love the fact that they didn't nerf Edgeworth. Like, you know the memes of like the boss when you fight him, the boss when he joins your team, right? Well, with Edgeworth, it's like he's an absolutely terrifying prosecutor. Don't get me wrong. And like when we played as him, I was wondering, let's see, how's the game gonna treat this? Are we just going to like be, you know, keep getting absolutely rocked like Phoenix always does, but just, you know, manage to pull shit out of our ass again like Phoenix always does? That whatever. Like Phoenix always does. But no. Edgeworth isn't taking any shit. He's not taking any prisoners. God damn it. He's absolutely murdering people in here, and I love that. I love that his proficiency as a prosecutor is not being diminished just because we're playing as him. It's great. Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm not really sure what to say. Iris, we only have 20 minutes. There are 2 things which I need to ask you before we reconvene. Alright, I'll help you any way I can. First, about that night, you really didn't go to the inner temple, correct? The last witness claims to have met and talked with you in the training hall. Either you or Sister Bikini is lying. Not necessarily. Again, it seems like a pointless lie, you know? On both ends. Mr. Edgeworth, it is just as I said yesterday. Until the incident occurred, I was in my own room. Hazakura Temple. Very well. And the second thing, then. That night, the temple snowmobile was used in between the times Sister Bikini returned to the main hall and when she bore witness to the murder. Sometime between 10:30 and 11 p.m. that night. Were you the one who used the snowmobile? There's only one key for the snowmobile. The only person who could have used it was me. So it was you. But why? What made you go out to Dusky Bridge? I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. Iris? I can't tell you about that yet. Until her safety is confirmed. There is another! The person who... So right, it was that theory. The person who Bikini saw at the inner temple was not Iris, but a sort of body double. The question being, who could that be? Can't think of anyone who would be Iris's accomplice here, you know? Other than her own sister, but her sister is dead. She didn't like fall off a bridge and her body was never recovered. No. Her body was found in the trunk of Falls' car. Iris 100% murdered her own sister in cold blood, and there is proof for that. So I don't know how this is playing out right now. She clearly met with someone who's acting as her. The question is, who is this person? Have we met them before? What role did they play in the crime? And, you know, how exactly does this play up into everything? Safety of the Acolyte. The Acolyte, huh? Oh, you mean Maya? Seems we talking about Maya. The safety of the Acolyte is confirmed. Oh, I thought she was talking about an accomplice of sorts, but no. Why would Maya's safety be a prerequisite for her? Why would it be a prerequisite for her telling us the truth? Did she go to check on Maya to make sure she was all right and found the bridge burned down so she had to return? And because she didn't go immediately after it was 10, she was neglecting her duty, and thus, if Maya ended up dying in the cave, then this is all her fault in a sense, right? I wonder. Or is there something deeper to this? Iris, look at me in the eye and tell me the truth. Did you kill Elise Doxnim? No matter who or what may come, I could never take a life. As I thought, no psycholocks. Who or what may come, I may never take a life. The fact that there are no psyche locks is throwing me off so much. Like, is this not actually Dahlia? Is Dahlia someone else? Because I know for a fact that this is not like some fucking Matt On Guard shit where he's like, I would never kill anyone, dude. No, don't worry. I didn't kill Juan, dude. I just hired the contract killer who did it, man. That's why when you used your psyche locks, it said that I didn't kill him. Right? Like, he was technically not lying. He didn't kill the dude. He just hired another dude to do it. Her, on the other hand, like, that doesn't apply here because she has killed people before. She has killed people before. So, like, I don't know. For someone who is a mass murderer like her to not have any psyche locks with that one. I mean, she did speak in future, I guess. So, okay, so the possibilities for this are either A, she is actually changed, been redeemed, and thus the reason she was speaking in future is because she would never do it again. Not that she's never done it in the past. It says that I would never kill someone, not that I haven't killed people. It's that from this point on, I would never kill someone. It could be true. I highly doubt that's the case. Then the other possibility is that her and Dahlia are indeed different people. That Iris is not Dahlia. They just happen to look very much alike. Now, the problem with this theory, even though it literally solves every single contradiction in this case, every single contradiction we've had so far gets solved by her and Dahlia being different people. However, the reason why that doesn't work is because she knows Phoenix. She recognized him. He even says she has a secret that she needs to tell him. Like, the thing is, if this is just some random temple girl like she claims she is, she wouldn't know Phoenix. Dahlia knows Phoenix because of the incident years ago with Mia Fey and the other dude, her past boyfriend. But like, if Iris is not Dahlia, then what is her relation to Phoenix? There clearly is one, you know? And then the third possibility is that she's legitimately just, she is Dahlia and she is evil, but she's just so good at fucking lying, so mentally strong, that she's just straight up able to, you know, beat out the psyche locks. At least in this case, you know. Perhaps she's not defending some things as closely. She's not guarding some things as closely as others. That's why we were able to see the 5 psyche locks previously. But maybe this is something that you won't let go, or maybe I don't know. Maybe she hasn't been redeemed, but like she's sort of being mentally damaged by her experiences in like prison and shit. Maybe she legitimately doesn't remember all the people she's killed. Maybe she legitimately is a different person, not by choice but by circumstance. If she had lost her memory of all the crimes she committed, then perhaps. Very well, it's my job to get to the truth. You'll discover this for yourself soon enough. February 9th, 11:36 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 7.
Court will now reconvene. Miss Von Karma, where is the witness?
During the break, a man was detained for suspicious behavior in the gallery. Suspicious behavior? He was sketching something very intensely.
Did I ask what the witness was sketching when he was detained?
He drew a terrifying woman, armed with a demonic face and a vicious whip.
I can only presume that his intention was to capture you.
Anyway, it's time to drag this pathetic excuse for an artist before the court. Laurie's Doxnum, I hope you're ready. Get in here. It would seem that whip is going to see plenty more use today. Ouch! Your sketch is in contempt of this court! Well, that's fast. Charging him with contempt of court this easy? That's a Von Karma move, you know? That's a Von Daddy original. Ah. Hey, that was just artistically right now! You tried to run away from the bailiff who was trying to hand you your sub poeta, correct? Hey, look! I'm nothing more than a fledgling artist, trading out in the mountains. I'm only down here in the city because I ran out of green paint. Well, to use the technical term for the color, viridian. Larry, this isn't an art store now, is it? I know, I graduated junior high, okay? Edgy. Look, art is all about working in the fields, isn't it?
Working in the fields?
I assume he wants to say field work. I hope. That's it. Thanks, buddy. It's kind of sad that I was able to understand his mangled train wreck of a sentence. I just happened to stop in here and found a wonderful new model. So see, I've got nothing to do with this trial at all. So I expect all of your faces to be red when you realize your big mistake. Bright red. Or to use the technical term, Crimson Lake.
Ouch!
Stop your pathetic blabbing and justify like a man.
Refrain from whipping me, Miss Von Karma. Cross-whipping is as bad as cross-checking.
I have no idea what this sentence even means.
Witness, that was all your fault. Testify now!
Oh, this is too much for me. Why are we blaming Larry for this? So I love that his thumbs up sprite has been turned into a paintbrush sprite. I love how much his outfits change throughout the games. I was at the lodge in the mountains, looking up the stars at night. I walked to the bridge a number of times, but I didn't see a snowmobile. I didn't see anyone at the bridge that night either. A girl I was waiting for didn't show up. My teacher died on me. I'm all alone now. Aren't I a G?
Witness, please refrain from talking directly to the lawyers during your testimony.
I'm just a nobody. Nothing but a small, worthless man. Aren't I? And why wasn't I asked for my name and occupation or anything else?
Mr. Edgeworth, this man seems to have quite a severe inferiority complex.
He's recently been cause of a number of numerous incidents. I think he's finally realized for himself just how much of a nuisance he has been to other people. Yeah, that's right. I'm behind everything, every case. I'm the mastermind of the whole trilogy. Watch out, okay? This touching me will make you eternally unhappy. I killed your dad, Miles, and I pinned it on Von Karma.
Well then, let's proceed with the cross-examination with no touching. Thank you. We can delve into other details at a later time.
What I saw. Oh dear. A lodge up in the mountains, looking up at the stars at night. Walked to the bridge a number of times, but I didn't see a snowmobile. I didn't see anyone at the bridge that night either. It seems he's going to claim to have nothing to do with this to the end. I don't want this guy to cost us more time. I need to slice through his obvious contradictions and keep things moving along. It starts at night. I walked to the bridge a number of times, but I didn't see a snowmobile. I didn't see anyone at that bridge that night either.
Hold it!
You didn't meet anyone. That's right. This ain't got nothing to do with this. He met Phoenix. I'm just here to buy some Viridian paint, okay? Come on, I expect to see those Crimson Lake faces now.
It would appear that simply pressing him isn't going to be enough, Mr. Edgeworth.
Indeed. Seems that he's going to claim to have nothing to do with this to the end. I don't want this guy to cost us. Okay. It starts at night. Walk to the bridge a number of times. You saw Phoenix.
Objection!
Larry Butts. I can understand why you might want to throw your old life away. You're pretty pathetic, and you cause all sorts of trouble. I'm sorry. But having realized just how much of a nuisance you've been, that could be considered a step in the right direction. Gee, are you trying to console me?
It certainly does sound that way to me.
However, I cannot forgive you for simply turning away from the incidents you create. Oh, you're totally pinning this on me. Now then, let's talk about the night of the murder. Sister Bikini, after seeing the murder take place, asked Phoenix right to report it. Thus, he headed for the public phone by the bridge. There, he happened across a certain nefarious individual. You, Larry Butts. That's right, me, in the flesh.
Listen carefully, witness. It doesn't matter if you change your name. So long as you remain pretty pathetic, you will continue to cause these incidents.
Oh my god, the judge is no chill. It'd be cool if we, I'm feeling we're probably gonna end up switching to Phoenix again once he gets out of the hospital. But I'd honestly love to see this through as Edgeworth and then, maybe have Phoenix testifying on the stand. I mean, we've had him testify on the stand before, right? Yeah, during the first case, when we were playing as Mia, but this time we're playing as Edgeworth, That'd be cool.
The reality will not change.
What do you want me to do then? Larry, what you need to change is your inner self. But for now, what you saw that night, testifying truthfully about this one issue is all I need from you. Edgy, I think I've finally woken up. Well, I guess I could still be sleeping. But anyway, I'll do it. I'll testify. Oh, I'm not sure this will go especially well. Oh my god, Larry.
I'll ask again then, witness. What did you see on the night of the murder?
What I saw, part 2. Dear Lord. When I went to the shack around 9, so it would have been about 10:30 p.m. Okay? I was lying under my bedding when a white flash almost blinded me. Completely desecrating the heavenly hall. I looked out the window, and Dusky Bridge was on fire. I saw some thunder, but I went right away to check it out. That's when I ran into Nick.
You certainly saw quite a lot, didn't you?
So, what happened to the bridge after it caught on fire? It was like me after a 3-day stint chasing a girl. It totally burned out, like almost totally gone. I mean, trying to cross the burning remains was what caused Nick to fall. What did you say? Oh, don't worry, it's nothing life-threatening. He just got a cold. I'd never know what that meant, if he should be called lucky or unlucky.
Now, Mr. Edgeworth, please commence your cross-examination.
Of course, Your Honor. Check it around 9, so it would have been about 10:30 p.m. I was lying under my bedding when a white flash almost blinded me. Right away to check things out. That's when I ran into Nick.
Hold it!
How did Phoenix Wright look when you met him? He looked like a beaten up mule. He was dead tired. I mean, he had run all the way from Hazakura Temple. He simply stood staring at me, breathing hard for a moment. How far is it to Hazakura Temple from the bridge? On his legs, a 15-minute run, I'd say.
And that's when the murder was reported.
That's right, and then he took a fall from the bridge. He told me about the burning bridge yesterday. So... The lightning struck the bridge at 10:45. Right. But Phoenix saw the murder at about 11:07, I think. I think it was 11:07, which means he left for the bridge at around 11:05, 11:10, meaning that he would have arrived at the bridge after a 15-minute run. He would have arrived at the bridge at around 11:25 to 11:30. Or no, 11:20 to 25. There we go. According to the weather report, Dusky Bridge should have already finished. Should have already been put out at by then. Hey, based person? I'm guessing this is Tatsuya? Do you have a new nickname, new username, I guess? Hi, welcome. Been a while. I'm guessing you're the same person, but let me know if you're not, obviously. Yeah. The fire should have gone out at 10:15. However, Phoenix shouldn't have arrived at the bridge until after 11:20, so that's kind of off. but there's still something that doesn't quite fit. Yeah, FJ's my name is still me, lol. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought, because I recognized the profile picture, obviously. I was just, you know, making sure it was the same person, because there's obviously people who have, you know, similar profile pictures. It looks like, despite his change of heart, Larry still isn't telling us the whole truth. Alright, so it would have been about 10 p.m. Okay. Tatsuya sounded kind of lame. Yeah, I like the name. What did you do out there in the cold for an hour and a half? Oh, well, if you really must know, I was busy being excited, I guess.
Excited? Did I even ask?
I set the meeting time at 10 p.m., right? But I couldn't wait. I thought you might come early, too. Well, it appears she didn't come at all in the end, because they never arranged to meet in the first place, did they? Shut up! Don't go picking my fond memories apart! Anyway, I was getting a little worried. I thought maybe Iris had lost her way, so every 20 minutes or so, I went out to the bridge. But I didn't see anything particularly suspicious. I didn't have anything else to do, so I went back to the shack to wait for her. Okay. Want to be annoying, but did I miss much in this case? When was the last time you showed up? Because I know this is definitely a different case from the last time you were here, I'm pretty sure, but this case you've missed the first investigation as well as the first half of the first trial date. Right now we're in the second part of the trial, so you haven't missed much. Under the bedding when a white flash almost blinded me. You were here last week? Well, I started this case this Tuesday, so if you were here last week, then that was before this case started, yeah. Lying under my bedding when a white flash almost blinded me. Although I suppose the case that I did last Thursday is kind of a prequel to this case in a sense. Well, kinda. Under my bedding when a white flash almost blinded me. Right, the lightning. This light was, of course, lightning, like kapow! Like a slap from Naomi. Honestly, big bada boom. Or a little like that Persona 4 stream where you fought the boss, remember? Oh, I didn't stream Persona last weekend because I was busy. That stream was actually not last week, but the Sunday before that. Oh, it's more like a punch from Miranda.
Witness, did you actually see the lightning hit the bridge?
Well, I was a bit startled by the flash of light, so I looked out the window and Dusky Bridge was on fire. Seeing that, what did you do? What do you think? I was burning up as well from the fire in my heart. And that's why you went to take a look at the bridge. Well, to be honest, I was freezing cold, so at first I thought, forget it. I'm not leaving my covers. I pretty much stopped snowing, so I don't know. I changed my mind.
I'm not sure I care for the forget attitude you had at first, Witness.
Thunder. So some thunder, but I went right away to check it out.
Hold it!
You said right away, but exactly how long after the strike was that? When did the lightning run for? The lightning stopped at 11. Interesting. But it says approximately, so a few more minutes. It should be fine. You said right away, but exactly how long after the strike was that? The lightning fell and the bridge got on fire. Maybe around 5 minutes? I mean, I suddenly thought, gotta check this out. How far is this small shack you were in from the bridge? Hold on, well, it was pretty much start snowing. Why is Edgeworth and Phoenix Wright's place as a defense attorney? Phoenix tried to run across a burning bridge and ended up falling into a river, and he's now in the hospital, so he asked Edgeworth to fill in his place. I guess it's about a 5-minute walk. And how did Dusky Bridge look when you got there? I can't recover a piece of my childhood. I mean, not even the bonfire kids made during school camping trips can compare. Well, should I press him a little more info? Why didn't you call anyone? Why did you go to the bridge? Yes. So you suddenly thought to check out the bridge. Does this mean that you initially had no intention of doing so? Isn't a prosecutor always on the right spot, not left? Yes, correct. Well, yeah, I guess it does. It's really cold. I didn't really want to go out there. Von Karma is the prosecutor. Edgeworth is the defense attorney here. If that's the case, then did you change your mind? Why did you change your mind? I'd like to hear your reasoning.
In which case, please give the testimony to that effect, witness.
My reasoning? Okay, reasoning it is it? I don't reason, I just act, man. I thought I'd never get a chance to see something so big burning. Ah, and that... You told me about the burning bridge yesterday, but there's still something that doesn't quite fit. It looks like despite his change of heart, Larry still isn't telling us the whole truth. Right. Thought I'd never get a chance to see something so big burning.
Hold it!
So, you decided to go and see what was happening. That's right, we're talking about a massive suspension bridge burning to high heaven. Where's Francisca right now, though? Dead as hell? No, she's sitting on the prosecutor's bench. She just hasn't been interjecting that much. Because she's actually a competent prosecutor, unlike retarded Gatto, who doesn't understand how to build a case or anything. That's not something you see every day. A real like, really special? Can we really trust a witness who is unable to pronounce spectacle?
Life seems to love hitting this poor witness below the belt.
My motto is to hit life back as hard as I can. Ah! I'll give you a few hits too if you'd like, with my whip. You told me about the burning bridge yesterday. And there she is. But there's still something that doesn't quite fit. It looks like, despite his change of heart, Larry still isn't telling us the whole truth. Okay, so that's useless. Larry, why are you always a pain in my fucking ass?
Hold it!
Let's see about the other testimony. Why didn't you call anyone? Larry, let me ask you one thing. What is it, Edgy? Oh, that's with the serious face. Why didn't you call anyone? What do you mean? Normally, when faced with a towering inferno, one would try to tell someone. There's a public phone right by Dusky Bridge, correct? Well, of course I thought about doing that.
So then, let's hear why you didn't.
Okay, a reason. My reason. A reason? What does that word mean again? It isn't that I didn't try to tell anyone, I just didn't have time, okay? We're at the bridge and Nick showed up less than a minute later.
Hold it!
You claim to have arrived at the bridge at the same time as Wright. Yeah! I thought I'd better tell someone about this. But then Nick came up at me yelling about murder. It totally made me forget about the bridge. The fire was pretty much out by then anyways. What's this feeling? I suddenly have a terrible case of unease. It was after contacting the police that Phoenix Wright fell from the bridge, correct? Amazing friendship, friend gets whipped, other friend does nothing. I mean, hey, the best part about playing with Edgeworth is that we get his commentaries on, stuff from his perspective. So, for example, Magatama received from Wright something about reading people's hearts. What utter nonsense. Or for example, Larry Butts, age 25. My friend since grade school. I don't remember how we became friends though. Poor Larry. You told me about the burning bridge yesterday. Okay. So yeah, I think that might be the contradiction there. Showed the bridge, Nick showed up less than a minute later. iris, weather data, magazine, photo of the testimony, autopsy report. Why is he so cold? Edgeworth? I mean, he saw his father die at a pretty young age, so I'd imagine that probably is some kind of trauma there. Not to mention the fact that he actually thought that he himself had murdered his own father. So he's literally been having nightmares about killing his father for like his entire life. After that, he was adopted by Manfred von Karma, who taught him how to be a prosecutor and how to act like super cold and shit and repress his feelings and stuff, only to learn later on that his adoptive father was actually the one who had murdered his real father and pinned it all on him. Like, what the fuck? Like, that shit's gotta be traumatizing, you know? Nick showed up at the bridge and Nick showed up a minute. Okay.
Hold it!
Let's try this one. So let's see what. So Edgeworth clearly feels something about that one. What about the other one? No, fuck, that's the wrong one. Damn it. Thunder, want to check it out right away. Okay, yeah. Let's do that one. Where did you go to the bridge? Yeah. Plus, Edgeworth is actually he's a softie at heart, you know? Like, when the bridge burnt down, Maya is right now essentially trapped in a shack in the mountains. And we haven't been able to rescue her yet, and it's like below 0 degrees, and like, there were several times where Edgeworth was like very concerned for her safety. Like, so like, yeah, he cares on the inside. He does. He's a tsundere, okay? All right, so let's see. Thought I'd never get another chance to see something big so bright. Okay, that seems kind of useless. Really special. Fit, looks like, despite his change of heart, Larry still isn't telling us the whole truth. Okay, so, right. So we do need the other one. Got it. Ah, fuck. Alright, so, right, we need the other version of the testimony, and then we need to point out a contradiction there. Got it. The question is, I'm not even sure how to do that, but sure. Why don't you call anyone, and then he says the line about right. Next showed up later. What can we use for that? Parent murder weapon, the victim's blood and the suspect's fingerprints on it. Hanging scroll. Hood. Note. Map. Data. Occult. Lisa's testimony, Lisa's autopsy, crime report, tracks, photo.
Hold it!
You claim to have arrived at the bridge at the same time as right. Thought I'd better tell someone about this, but then Nick came up yelling about murder. It totally made me forget about the bridge. But I was pretty much out by then anyways. This feeling, I suddenly have a terrible case of unease. Yeah, that's pretty much it, more or less. He told me to... That has to be the contradiction, but I'm just not sure what to contradict it with.
Hold it!
No! I misclicked. I wanted to present evidence, not that. Damn it. Alright. So I should probably go ahead and save, you know? It's probably for the best. Magatama, victim staff. Murder weapon useless. Hanging scroll useless. Hood. pretty much useless. Note to Iris. To Iris of Hazakura Temple, there's something I must talk to you about. Secret to be exposed. That's useless. It's as useless as the person who wrote it. Hint, hint, he's on the screen right now. Hazakura Temple map is the surrounding area. I don't think the magazine has anything to do with this. Release. Rang lights out bell 10. Cause of blood loss. Crime scene photo. On that. Fell from Dusky Bridge and is hospitalized. Head none, victim of the incident, defendant. Franziska. So wild to think about that Maya and Von Karma are the exact same age. Like, Maya looks younger than 19, Von Karma looks older than 19. Perhaps I'm thinking either the map or the weather data. Cause right, if he had arrived there when it was still, you know, there's still lightning going down, he should have gotten there before Phoenix did, right? Since the lightning show was at 10:45 and Phoenix should have arrived after 11, then he should have easily gotten to the bridge long before Phoenix did, so... I think it's the weather data? It's the weather data or the temple map. It has to be. I'm gonna go with the weather data first.
Objection!
Yes! Oh, okay, thank God. Your very existence being a contradiction, I'm not sure if you can grasp this or not. My God, Edgeworth! Edgeworth, Edgy, that's so mean, man! No, I agree with the defense. That is a very accurate statement. I have no objections. What the hell, Edgy? You make me sound like I'm some sort of alien! But your testimony is conclusively contradictory. The problem here, this time... I've never been the best timekeeper, you know? 3 minutes after Billy leaves on foot, you follow him on bicycle. How long does it take for you to catch up with him? Not terrible at those. This is much more simple. You saw the lightning strike Dusky Bridge, and immediately went to see what happened. Is that correct? Yeah, well, I wasted about 5 minutes first, but more or less. I have the weather data from the night of the murder here. According to this, the lightning fell at 10:45 p.m. You say it takes less than 5 minutes from the shack to Dusky Bridge, meaning you probably got there at around 11 p.m. Well, sounds about right, I guess. But then Nick showed up and did his falling act. Yeah, but Nick didn't show up until later. That is impossible. What do you mean, you fool? 11 p.m. is when the murder occurred at Hazakura Temple. Thus, Wright was still there, in the courtyard. There's no way Larry could have encountered him at Dusky Bridge at the time. Excuse me, I have an objection.
You do?
Edgy, how many times do I have to say this? I'm not Larry, I'm Maurice Doxton. Ah! It's not been proven that the murder occurred at 11 p.m. The sister only said around 11. In which case, it could have been earlier than that. Watch your footing there, Franziska von Karma. The slopes ahead are slippery. For there's still no way that Wright could have been at Dusky Bridge at 11 p.m. And why is that? It's clearly written here on the weather data report. It took around 30 minutes for the bridge to burn out.
Therefore, the bridge must have been burning until 11:15 p.m.
Which means, what exactly?
Wright did not see the bridge while it was being consumed by the flames that night. In fact, he did not arrive in the scene until after the flames had died down.
Right, yeah, and that's what he stepped on and it all broke down.
Larry, you arrived at the bridge at 11 p.m., but Wright did not make it there until at least 11:15. I suggest you stop hiding things and just tell us the whole truth. Now then, what happened during these missing 15 minutes?
Oh, I feel like I just got brutally woken up by a toilet splashback. I guess I was still sleeping. What is that analogy?
Order! Order! Ah!
So there was a missing 15 minutes. Prior to meeting Phoenix Wright. I hardly see that as much of a problem. Yeah, not much of a problem at all.
Really? The bridge is burning before your eyes and there's a phone right next to it. Why then did you not report the accident?
Yes, witness. Why didn't you? Were you there simply to watch the bridge burn?
And therein lies the problem. For even after the bridge had burnt out, he was still there. Staring into space, this witness didn't even attempt to fulfill his civic duty.
That's what it sounds like.
But this is Larry we're talking about. And even he is incapable of being so stupid. Which means there must be a reason for his inaction.
Honestly, I could imagine him just staring off into space as the bridge burns around him. Edgy, I think it's about time I got serious with you, dude.
Just as I thought. You've been playing with us all this time.
Listen, I'm going to tell you everything. Are you sure you want to hear it all?
Yes, that's the point.
I may really say it this time. Everything. Ah! Then say it.
Very well. I have a terribly bad feeling about this. However, let's have this witness finally give us the whole truth and nothing but the truth. However, now, for this 15-minute gap, what were you doing, witness?
Missing 15 minutes.
I'm a dachshund. I'm an artist. What do you think I was doing? Sketching. Front of the bridge. I was swept up into a frenzy of art. The shock, the awe that I was feeling. I transferred it on directly after the page. Where I realized that the flames had gone out and then he came running up.
I suppose artists can be strange folk.
That's right. I'm willing to sacrifice everything in order to draw the perfect sketch.
Including the truth from the sounds of it.
Mr. Edgeworth, has this removed the last of your doubts?
Not at all, Your Honor. One very large doubt still remains.
And what would that be?
There's a surprisingly believable story, especially considering the source. So why did he think he needed to hide it from us until now? I intend to drag the reason out of him.
You'll regret this, Edgy.
Is that a threat, Larry?
It's Laurice, man. Laurice. Use my name, man. Doxim, I'm an artist. What do you think I was doing? Sketching in front of the bridge. I was whipped into a frenzy of art.
Hold it!
Sketching the burning bridge.
Burning bridge and everything that came with it.
What came with it?
You want to hear this from my lips, do you, Edgy? You'll regret this. The sketch of mine is enough. Just take that ridiculous sketch of yours out already, witness. What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean. Larry! He's so dumb.
That does indeed appear to be the fastest solution. I'll leave it to you, Mr. Edgeworth.
What should I do? I got a terrible feeling about the instant the sketch is revealed. The entire world may be changed by what is depicted there. We're looking at that sketch. Larry, I wonder if you could show us the sketch. Please?
Edgeworth is literally bullying Larry. Hey, Larry is straight up lying in court while we're trying to figure out a murder. He deserves whatever comes to him.
Well, even I couldn't have imagined it turned out like this. Imagined what? That Laurice Doxnum's debut would take place here, today, like this.
God, his fucking art debut. Let's take a look. Let's see what if his artistic skills are up to bat. Ow, 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 ouch. Show it now.
Okay, let's steel yourselves. This is the world of Laurice Doxnum.
I mean, it's a decent sketch. But what the fuck is that? Okay. A flying woman on fire. Intriguing. Very intriguing. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Is this more fucking Max Galactica turnabout big top shit?
Well, so this is Dusky Bridge, correct? Quite a large bridge, isn't it? Your response, Miss Von Karma?
Yes, well, it's better drawing than I expected.
Isn't it? I struggled to reproduce those flames. I really did.
Yes, I'm sure you did.
This is going to get ugly.
It's been a while since we've seen the shook Edgeworth face. We've never seen it from this side of the aisle, though.
No one has the courage to bring it up, it seems. This mysterious flying object. Larry. What? The burning bridge is fine. But what is that unfortunate looking figure? You spotted that. I thought you might. However much I want to ignore it, I can't. It's Iris, of course. Iris! I wish she'd take better care of herself. We have to plan for her future, you know? What would have happened to her if she had injured herself flying like that? Larry, please, answer this next question honestly.
Okay, this is probably going in the direction of my two irises theory. What is this sort of flying mechanism we got going on here? Is this some kind of Max Galactica shit? I don't know. I have found the, I found the title for the episode, though, and I'm literally gonna go change the stream title literally right now. Iris in the sky with diamonds. I mean, we did a Beatles reference for Max Galactica. I guess we'll do a Beatles reference for this one too. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Stream has been titled.
Larry, please, answer this next question honestly.
Okay.
Are you really claiming to have seen this? Are you claiming to have seen the silhouette of the defendant flying over a bridge that was engulfed in flames?
Yep, that's what I saw. That's why I drew it. I'm an artist, a real artist.
Are
Hi? That girl, she's really high up in this picture.
That's what I want to know.
Ah! What was that for?
It's all a bad dream. I was hitting you on the cheek to test that theory.
Please whip your own cheek from now on if you wish to test your wild theories. Anyway, no court of law will ever acknowledge that people can fly.
Actually, there is some precedent for this.
Yeah, she was flying pretty high, my sweetheart.
Yeah, I love how Von Conver's like, there is precedent because of the Turnabout Big Top case.
Yeah, she was about 30 feet from the bridge at least. It was really something to see.
This has to be some kind of mistake. Mr. Edgeworth, please bring the witness back down to earth.
What? Me?
This witness is your friend, is he not?
Accessory to foolishness, Miles Edgeworth, you are guilty.
Let's get back to the cross-examination by force if necessary. I'll beat you the hell up if I need to get the right truth out of you. Mr. Edgeworth, they expect you to expose the obvious contradiction here.
Yes, Your Honor. Looks like I've got another reason to remember this moron. Well, what do you think of my debut piece?
Get that thing away from me, or I'll knock your head right around the world.
Horrible sketch of what he saw the night of the crime. Hey, that's a pretty good sketch for a beginner, you know? Like, man's clearly got some talent.
Now, hurry up and cross-examine him.
In front of the bridge, I was whipping the frenzy guard. I saw Iris flying, her white hood fluttering. The shock and awe that I was feeling, I transferred it all directly onto the page. For I realized the flames had gone out and then he came running up. There's a big clue waiting for me in this cross-examination. Testimony does nothing less than mock the court. But I'm sure that there's a vital kernel of truth hidden in it somewhere. Directly onto the page. Transferred everything directly onto the page. And that is this sketch here.
Yeah, sensational, isn't it? Shouldn't that be scandalous? Puts my mind at ease anyways.
It did.
That's right. The reason she didn't come to me, even though I waited for her, was because she was trapped on the other side of the bridge. Could it be that Iris undertook that dangerous, desperate flight in order to reach me? That's gotta be it. All right, go. Me. Oh, nice. Ouch.
Continue, please. Right, there were two irises. One with a hood, one without. The one without stayed in the, So on the night of the murder, the Iris we know here was at Hazakura Temple and she never left the temple. However, the other Iris in the inner temple left Hazakura Temple, arrived at the inner temple, then she met up with Bikini, who then left. Then afterwards, she was supposed to leave the inner temple to rendezvous back with the other Iris right here. That's why Iris left using the snowmobile right around the time of the murder. So the two Irises were meant to meet up around here. However, when Iris arrives, the bridge is on fire, which is why she doesn't know about the safety of the other person. Then the Iris over on this side deciding that she can't be found out, because obviously if she just stays there, you know, they'll find her out. She instead maybe decides to jump into the river, because, I mean, if this is Dahlia we're talking about, she knows that the jump is survivable. She's done it before. The problem is there's a rock outcrop here, so she can't exactly jump off. She'll just plumb down here and die. So I wonder, well, the theory of her jumping and landing in the water is plausible. This seems like too much of a distance to cover. So then how did she manage to get across? Because in that image, it clearly looks, seen from here, like the bridge is, She's right over the middle of the bridge. I mean, we can see the two cross cables that suspend the bridge, and she's right in the middle of them. Meaning that she was sometime around the middle of the bridge when he saw this, interestingly enough. Continue, please. Saw Iris flying, her white hood fluttering, right. Just where did you see this sight from? Hey, no need to shout. When I was lying in bed in my run-down shack, a crack of lightning bolt made me realize that the bridge was burning. I just watched it for a while from there, thinking how nicely it was burning. And after about 5 minutes, I saw it. The defendant flying, right, so he did see it from Heavenly Hall. That makes sense with the angle, because he saw the bridge from the side. That's right. That's when I decided to go to the bridge. That's why when the real Iris went to the bridge to meet up with fake Iris, she didn't run into Larry because he was still at the Heavenly Hall sketching. So it's all starting to piece together now.
I see. That all makes sense. Aside from the sketch itself.
Yes, this sketch doesn't make any sense. I just need to convince the artist that his work is ludicrous. Alright, I need to go to the bathroom real quick, but it should be fast. So this is going to be like a 1-2 minute break. So this is literally going to be right back. I'll leave you the cross-examination music. I was muted. All right, let's continue now. Good thing I caught that. Jesus Christ, that would have been bad. I just need to convince the artist that his work is ludicrous. Shock and all that I was feeling okay, yep.
Hold it!
No! I was trying to push the other key. Why are they so close to each other? Damn it. Yeah, she wasn't wearing her hood. Larry, what did you really see that night? Not that I particularly care.
In your position, this is being irresponsible. I drew exactly what I saw. I'll give you a whole $1. That it's the truth.
If that is truly the case, then there's one thing that we can say for certain.
What might that be?
That the person who flew over that bridge could not have been the defendant, Iris.
What do you mean? I don't understand. Ah!
A foolhardy folly of foolish statements by an equally foolishly foolhardy fool. How exactly can you make this claim? Tell us, Larry, according to this picture, the individual whom you say you saw was wearing a hood, correct?
Of course she was. Her rundown check is quite a ways from the bridge. That is what told me that this floating angel was my Iris. That is my darling Iris, and Iris is my darling hood. Ah!
It seems there are bigger fools in this world than the one at the defense's bench. Larry, there's something you need to be made aware of. On the night of the murder, Iris wasn't wearing her hood.
wonder. So if there was a second Iris, and we assume that she was working as an accomplice with the other Iris, then this leaves us with a very clear answer for why she gave Phoenix her hood. You see, when Iris gave Phoenix her hood, I really didn't understand what it meant. I mean, she claimed that it was because she wanted to protect him from evil spirits, but I'm not inclined to trust someone who looks like a mass murderer, like Dahlia Hawthorne, and probably is Dahlia Hawthorne or her accomplice. So I was wondering, why would she give the hood to Wright? And it makes sense in a way. By giving the hood to Wright, she establishes the fact that she is not wearing a hood. And therefore, her accomplice can do a variety of things in a different location while wearing a hood. And then she is completely absolved from all of those things, right? I wonder if this was, if the confusion caused by the hoods is completely intentional on the part of Iris and this mysterious person, you know? It could be. She had given it to Wright as a gift. Are you going to change your story now? Perhaps to suggest it was Wright who took flight? Oh, what are you talking about? I think you understand what I mean just fine. Why? Why did Nick have Iris's hood? What? Edgy, what's going on with Nick and Iris? You, Nick, you dog! I mean, they did date in the past, so there's that, but you know. It's complicated. Let's just say it's complicated.
I do believe that this unbelievably mysterious sketch is destined to disappear, discredited and discarded straight into the garbage.
What is it now, witness? It feels like I've been waiting 25 years for this very day to come. Edgy, today's the day I get to completely stupefy you. What?
What is the meaning of this outburst, witness?
What now? I thought we were done with the day. I hate to have to do this, but I have some definitive evidence. Definitive evidence? Iris didn't indeed come flying over the burning bridge, and Lori stalks them. She'll prove it.
Yeah, I didn't expect to ask you this again, but we shall be needing your testimony once again. Tell us anything you know concerning the defendant as depicted in this sketch, and show us our evidence that this nightmare was actually a reality.
Okay, I hope you're ready, Edgy, because I'm going to feed you a whopping serving of pain. You've been serving us a whopping serving of pain this whole time. Trust me. God, Edgeworth is not having any of his shit. Holy fuck. Proof that Iris flew. When I reached Dusky Bridge, she was already gone. I was so worried. I frantically searched all over for her. That's what led me to finding a beautiful crystal sphere buried in the snow. The amethyst that belonged to, Elise. Clearly it is hers because it's covered, because it has blood on it, you know? As opposed to the hoods, which wouldn't. That amethyst was taken from the scene of the crime in Hazakura Temple, meaning that whoever committed the crime must have headed down and dropped it off here at some point. However, at the time of the crime, Iris was spotted at the at the time of the crime, Iris had left and was over here, meaning that how did the amethyst make its way over here? In order for that to happen, someone must have gone from here to here sometime after the murder.
Now let's review who could have done that. Phoenix? Yes, but the amethyst, I believe, was already gone when Phoenix got to the scene of the crime, so... Unless the amethyst was stolen... But no, the amethyst had to have been stolen at the time of the murder. Because the, It had blood on it, right? So if the amethyst had blood on it, it had to have been stolen at the time of the murder. Which means that someone must have left Azakura Temple and gone to the bridge shortly after the murder, before Phoenix actually got out to the before Phoenix actually made it to the bridge. Now we know that Iris went to the bridge on the snowmobile, but she left before the murder was committed, which means that she couldn't have possibly been the one to take the amethyst. So, but the thing is, they couldn't have used the snowmobile, because if they had used the snowmobile, there would have been tracks, since, you know, after all, the it had stopped snowing by then, so... Huh. Heavenly Hall. This entire testimony is one big, like, every single piece of evidence that gets brought up seems to contradict like 3 other pieces of evidence. Holy shit.
Led me to find this beautiful crystal sphere half buried in the snow. I'm sure that Iris was simply wearing a spare hood. After all, no one else could have lost a crystal sphere that night.
And why is that?
Crystal sphere.
This one. Pretty, isn't it? But finders keepers.
That sphere. Where did you find it?
Let me see. Around here somewhere. Looks about right. And it was half buried in the snow. It was pretty much stopped snowing by then. There was still some falling as I walked to the bridge.
It stopped snowing at 10:50. The ball with blood he spotted at around that time. Yet the murder was witnessed at 11. Meaning the ball must have been stealing before, either the murder actually took place before we think it actually took place, or that ball was stolen before the murder, and the blood on it isn't Elise's. We need to run tests on that blood to see whose it is, you know?
The court accepts this crystal sphere.
That's mine, okay? I want it back afterwards.
There's something on it. Oh my! It's blood!
What? Blood? Half covered in snow near Dusky Bridge, the night of the crime, has blood on it.
Hey, you ready, Edgy? Tomorrow morning, you'll be calling me Master Larry. Yeah, I like the sound of that. No one's gonna push me around anymore.
Didn't you want to be called Laurice Doxnam only a few minutes ago? So, but, it's the blood that's throwing me off, because if the blood wasn't there, then that would be like, okay, yeah, the ball was stolen before the murder, and it was left there by Elise. But the blood on it, if it comes from Elise, I mean by Iris, if the blood comes from Elise, then when was that ball taken out there? When did the murder actually happen? She was already gone. I was so worried, so I finally searched all over for her. Led me to finding a beautiful crystal sphere half buried in the snow. Sure that Iris is simply wearing a hood. After all, no one else could have lost this crystal sphere that night. Let me confirm this one last time, Larry. The reason you thought that was Iris are the hood and this crystal sphere, correct?
That's right. My gut is never wrong. I met that old bikini the next morning. The crystal sphere that was still there, safe and sound.
Yes, but Elise Doxnam has a crystal sphere. And she wears a hood.
Indeed. She was wearing it at the very room earlier today.
This case isn't going to end without a fight. Exposing the obvious contradictions in this testimony will be easy, but I fear that all that awaits us are further mysteries.
So, could it have been Elise that actually flew across the bridge that night? A possibility. But if that's the case, then she flew across the bridge at 10:15. At that, no, at like 10 or sometime before 10:50. Dropped her ball. Somehow there was blood involved. Then she was taken to the temple and dropped off there. I mean, that explains why there's no snow on her, because she was actually positioned at the temple after the snowmobile arrived. But, so while Bikini was taking a bath, someone arrived on the snowmobile with, someone arrived in the snowmobile. This could have either been, Elise, who then proceeded to go ahead and get murdered, or it could have been Elise, who had been previously murdered and was simply being left at the scene of the crime. I see, said the blind man. The true site of the murder was not Hazakura Temple at all. It was the inner temple. Through some kind of mechanism or contraption, Elise's dead body was launched by the true murderer, the fake Isis, over at the inner temple. Elise was launched across the river and landed here. The impact on the ground when she landed are the bruises that her body suffered. I mean, after all, if she had been launched horizontally, that seems like it'd likely be a 10 feet. If she had been launched, in an arc, this would be the apex of her trajectory, and that looks to be about 10, and that looks like it could be 10 feet. So perhaps the bruises that were interpreted as the body falling flat were her being launched across the crevice. Then when she landed, Iris arrived on the snowmobile. It was still, at which point it was stopping the snow was stopping. She picks up Elise's dead body, but the amethyst, which fell off on the impact, she forgets to grab because she doesn't realize that it fell off. Then she takes Elise's body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile. At this point, Sister Bikini is just leaving the bath. She arrives at Hazakura Temple and begins the process. She takes the sword from the statue, stabs the sword into the victim, and then places it. No, she removes the murder weapon from the victim and stabs the Shichishito into the victim's body, and then proceeds to position the victim under the statue so it looks like the statue killed her. However, Bikini actually witnessed the entire interaction. So in reality, the murder took place before 11 in the inner temple. Her body was launched across the crevice. That's why the ball was found here. it's not that it was carried from here to here, it actually was carried from here to here, and it was not deliberate. It was an accident that it fell off. And the reason why there was blood is because the murder happened before then, meaning the murder must have happened at the inner temple before the ball fell off. It's all fitting together. Larry, or I guess I should say Laurice, my friend, you have cracked this case wide open. Let's start all over. That led me to find the beautiful crystal sphere half buried in snow. I'm sure that Isis was simply wearing a spare hood. No one else could have lost a crystal sphere that night. Oh, really?
Objection!
Larry, that night, there was someone. Someone who lost a crystal sphere. There was? Who was this stupid idiot? Miss Elise Doxnam, the mentor to a stupid idiot. The victim! I have a photo of her here. And on the end of her staff, as you can see, a familiar looking crystal sphere. Hey! That's my photograph! Give it back! Ouch! A crystal sphere like that is quite easy to find. I have one just like it on my brooch. Except yours is blue. They look nothing alike. In any case, please take a look at this. This is the victim's staff, found at the scene of the crime.
Ah, the crystal sphere. It's gone.
Whoa, whoa. What? 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 What?
Just what does this mean?
If anyone jumped or flew across the bridge that night, it certainly was not Iris after all. She was not wearing a hood, and more importantly, the crystal sphere found at the landing site was not hers either.
That means the one who flew and dropped the sphere was the victim, Miss Elise Doxnam.
A fool alongside another fool on a fool's errand to reach a fool's conclusion. First of all, this sketch, which I prefer to call a scribble, is ridiculous. People cannot fly, thus it is rejected.
You cannot do that, I saw with my own 2 eyes!
And this crystal sphere, this is nothing more than a red herring.
You honestly believe that?
Give it some thought and I'm sure you'll realize as well, Miles Edgeworth. Elise Doxnam was in her room on the night of the murder. There was no reason for her to go to Dusky Bridge. Therefore, this sphere cannot be related to the case, that is all. Phoenix saw Elise right before 10 p.m. That is an hour before the murder. It is more than possible for Elise to have gone to the, for Elise to have gone to, what's it called? The Inner Temple, then be murdered and brought back in the time. It was 1 hour. That's more than enough time. It's 20 minutes walking to the Inner Temple, right? Then the murder, let's say the murder takes place, over a course of 5 minutes, right? 5 minutes. Okay, so 25 minutes later, Elise is dead. Let's say it takes 5 minutes for her to be thrown off the chasm. Another 5 minutes, 30 minutes, that's 10:30. At this point, in fact, that actually makes, actually no. If the lightning strike was at 45, then let's say that the body was thrown across the bridge at around 45. That actually gives the, true murderer, right? Roughly what? If she got there at 10:20, it gives the real killer about 25 minutes to both kill Elise and launch her across the chasm. She gets launched across the chasm at 10:40 when the bridge is caught on fire and lands on the other side. At that time, Iris grabs Elise's body and heads back to the temple. By snowmobile, that only takes 5 minutes. She arrives at the temple at 10:50. Right around the... or a bit after 10:50, as the snow had died by then. She quickly heads to the courtyard and begins doing her sort of, stabbing thing. And then Bikini comes out. That all fits within the time span. In fact, it fits perfectly.
Objection!
Miss Franziska von Karma. The only people who will accept that explanation are scatterbrains and clowns. Why are you pointing at me? The victim's crystal sphere was found near the bridge on the night of the murder. Can't you expect us to believe this has nothing to do with the case?
The crystal sphere. It was probably thrown away at the bridge after the murder.
After the murder?
There's blood on the crystal sphere, isn't there? This naturally suggests that it was thrown away after the murder took place. The killer placed it there to throw off the investigation, which is the exact same reason that he drew that ridiculous sketch.
What? You mean I'm the killer?
Oh! All joking aside, just when did this crystal sphere appear near the foot of the bridge? Unless this can be proven in some way, I refuse to believe this is related to the case.
She makes a valid point. There's no evidence that at least Doxnum left Hazakura Temple that night. However, somehow this crystal sphere can be proven to have been dropped before the victim was killed. Then this case is going to be transformed into something else entirely.
Perhaps she went looking for pearls because she couldn't find her?
Your response, Mr. Edgeworth. I want your final opinion on this disposition of this crystal sphere.
Or maybe the real killer kidnapped Pearls and used her as ransom. Or, used her as a hostage to try to get it to lure Elise to the crime scene.
If it is not related to the case, then this witness who you called will have been nothing more than a monumental waste of time.
Prepare yourself for some very appropriate punishment, Miles Edgeworth.
Can I prove it? Can I prove that the crystal was dropped before the murder took place?
Yes.
Can I prove it? That isn't the issue. Just simply prove it. That's the only option. That's what he'd do. That's the way Phoenix Wright would do this. Your Honor, allow me to prove something to you. I'll prove that this crystal sphere in this is a vital link to solve the case.
He's LARPing so hard, he's like, I must do this. He looks up to Phoenix so much.
You will do what?
That look in your eyes, you remind me of Phoenix Wright when he is cornered.
That should come as no surprise. Because right now, I am Phoenix Wright, and I am indeed cornered.
Oh my god. Edgeworth!
I order you to present your evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. The evidence that proves that the crystal sphere was indeed dropped before the murder.
It's gonna be a tough one. But we'll see.
Testimony, the autopsy report.
Okay, so
The drop before the murder.
thing is, I was gonna present the body falling, but then that would imply that it was after the murder, right?
So
the fact that it had snow on top of it means it must have been dropped before it stopped snowing, right? So it's either the sphere or the weather report, I believe. Let's try the sphere.
Take that!
this crystal sphere,
It was half buried in snow, correct? Okay, I was right. The music didn't stop instantly, so I was concerned.
Yeah, that's right. If it stopped snowing, then it would have been game over. The snow would have totally covered it. That's all I needed to hear from you, Larry. Now shut up. Your testimony makes one thing quite clear.
What?
When the crystal sphere was dropped, it was snowing, even if it was ever so slightly. Snowing? On the other hand, let us look at the scene of the murder. As proven earlier today, there is no snow on the victim's body.
Ah!
Therefore, the crystal sphere must have been dropped before the murder. What?
I mean,
Order! Order! Order!
it was definitely dropped before the murder scene witnessed by Sister Bikini. However, it was dropped after the murder. Because the murder actually took place at the inner temple almost like half an hour earlier. Basically.
On the night of the murder, the victim did indeed go to Dusky Bridge, and there, something occurred that caused the Steph's crystal to come loose.
What? What could that have been?
This sphere. There's some blood on it, isn't there? Allow me to raise a certain possibility at this junction. The real crime scene was near the foot of Dusky Bridge.
That is possible. The murder didn't take place in Hazakura Temple Courtyard? Thing is, that is possible. However, the issue with that one is that how do you explain the flying woman? Because I'm almost certain that flying woman is Elise, since Elise has a hood on. So if that flying woman is Elise, right, as my theory dictates, then the murder must have actually taken place elsewhere, you know? Unless this is an illusion for us to see through. Perhaps that falling woman is not falling on top of the bridge. Where's the map? Right here. There's quite a large hill right here. If the murder took place up here, and then the body was dropped down here, Larry would have seen the body falling and perhaps have interpreted it to have been flying over the bridge. However, the only issue there is that if Larry had seen it here, then if that is correct, then the body should have been over here rather than over here. It's right in the middle of the bridge, which leads me to think that it was indeed launched over the bridge somehow. But I guess we'll have to see about that. Only a fool would suggest such a foolish piece of absolute foolishness.
Just who is the fool and which part is so foolish, Miss Von Karma?
Have you been paying attention this whole time, Miles Edgeworth? The sister saw everything. She saw the victim being killed by the defendant in the Hazakura Temple Courtyard.
That's not exactly true, now is it? To be put more precisely, what she saw was the murder weapon being removed from the victim's body.
That's the same thing!
No, it isn't. You said it yourself.
Very little blood is actually lost at the moment of the blade's insertion. If you want to talk about when most blood would be lost from a body, that would be when the blade is removed.
If that statement is the truth, then the Dusky Bridge could easily have been the scene of the murder. The murder weapon was not removed, thus there was no bleeding.
You are forgetting one vital piece, one vital thing, Miles Edgeworth. Elise Doxham's body was found in Hazakura Temple. On foot, it takes 15 minutes to travel from Dusky Bridge to Hazakura Temple. But on snowmobile, it takes only 5. You mean to suggest someone carried the body all that way?
I've made it this far. The only place to take this is to the end. I just need to prove that my version of events is also perfectly plausible.
Now, if the defense is ready, the court would like to have an explanation. Please show us the method by which the victim's body was carried to Hazakura Temple.
On that snowy night, there's one way the body could have been moved. The snowmobile. As we know, the snowmobile was used that night. It was explained as having been used to dispose of the murder weapon, but it could have also been used to carry the body.
Order! Gah!
This is completely unacceptable, Miles Edgeworth. You've dug yourself into your own grave.
What do you mean?
The only one who could have used the snowmobile was the defendant. She's the one who moved the body. Doesn't that put the final nail in your coffin?
You're too late, Franziska von Karma. And in fact, the defense has proven something else entirely. We have shown that this case requires further investigation.
What?
Where was the victim Elise Duxnam really killed? If her body was moved, whatever for? And finally, just what does this image mean?
What do you even need to think about that? Such a creature could never see the truth, let alone describe it.
She described Larry as a creature. Oh my god.
This witness certainly sits on one of the lowest possible branches of humanity. However, he would never utter a lie that would hurt a girl with whom he is enamored. He drew this, so it is something that actually happened. The defense stands firm on this point.
Archie, thank you.
That settles it then. I cannot give a verdict under these circumstances.
Got him. Right. I seem to have fulfilled my part in this. It is just as I thought. Franziska von Karma, you make a wonderful partner.
Excuse me?
There was one reason and one reason alone for me being here. To expose the darkness luring in this case, and then pass it on to Right.
Really? That's what this is all about? You could have just told me that from the very beginning, man. I would have had to fancy whip it out, yeah!
Miles Edgeworth, I don't care what you were here to do. This was my chance to finally grind you under my heel.
A shame that your chance seems to have slipped by.
What a shame, Francie!
This is all your fault.
Oh my god, he's got a nickname for her too.
Such a terrible witness.
Something...
Ew, I need satisfaction.
I cannot believe that the witness testimony relates an actual event. However, there has to be some sort of answer for the question it arises. Have his words here today been truth or lies? Next time we gather in this courtroom, those are the matters that shall be addressed. I am counting on thorough investigation by both the defense and the prosecution.
And with this, the rest is up to you, Right?
Court is now adjourned.
All right. To be continued. Question is, will we actually be playing as Right, or will we continue as Edgeworth? I don't know, we'll have to see. But yeah, that's gonna do it for today with Ace Attorney. We'll be back with this next week on Tuesday, where we will be doing the next investigation, and we'll see if we're going to be continuing as Right or Edgeworth, or maybe we'll be, swapping back and forth between the two, working together like true pals should, So, yeah, there's that. Then tomorrow we'll be catching up on Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series HD Remaster. We were supposed to play that on Wednesday, but we couldn't, so we'll be doing that tomorrow at 3, all times Eastern. Then Saturday we'll be doing Danganronpa, and Sunday we'll be doing Persona 4, where we'll be battling a giant eyeball. I know, very exciting stuff, And, yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, I've already made my my theory pretty clear. Elise was murdered in the inner temple, then launched across the ravine. That's where the bruises come from. That's where the amethyst fell down. Then Iris took the body to the temple and stabbed it with the sword, and that is what Bikini saw. And I would say that probably clears up every single contradiction and question that has been raised so far. the question that brings up is then, how the hell do you launch a body across that bridge, you know? If we can answer that question, then that case is sealed. I mean, there's also the possibility that there's something else, like it being killed at the top of that mountain, like I suggested, but that doesn't explain the flying woman, though. I think her being launched across the ravine explains pretty much everything in this case. So if we can only find some way to indicate that that is what actually happened, but we likely won't be able to until we get to investigate that side of the ravine, there's no way to confirm that. But that seems like the most plausible theory, and that's where we're going to leave it. So, yeah, thanks for being here. It's been great having you. And we'll be back on Tuesday at 2 to continue this. And yeah, tune in tomorrow for Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne HD Remaster featuring Dante for the Devil May Cry series. And yes, I'm contractually obligated to say the full name every single time. Just kidding. Yeah. There it goes. Wait, hold on. Wait. Hold on. Why is this? Oh, Tots based person. I'm so sorry. My chat wasn't updating. I just looked at it and it just updated. How long is the stream, bro? It's just ending. Which puts it at what? It's 6. I started at 2, so at about 4 hours. It's not that bad. Sorry, I didn't see your messages. For some reason, my chat just wasn't updating. I don't know why. But yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll be up with Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne featuring Dante for the Devil May Cry series HD Remaster tomorrow at 3. And yeah, that's that for today, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.